We are having some more of a social stream tonight because it's just gonna be running Prey, unless for some reason I'm able to have enough brain to go through Kurithus. Because every time I go through Kurithus, I just fall asleep. They look at each other. It them. It's not gonna be your OBS, man. I wish. Telesto is, for all intents and purposes, just built different. No, cat Talos Moogle. Yeah, I need to see what I do and don't have. I just haven't had the brain space to play 14. I've been stuck playing, well, not stuck playing. I've been playing a lot of, what is it? Phasmophobia recently. Join the Call Dingus. I don't wanna. You're just gonna make fun of me. the small FL. All right, give me a second. It's gonna blank out for a second. Got him. I mean, I don't know. At the very least, I look at 14 and I'm just like, damn, I can actually play a game and not have to worry about, stop it! And I can at least play a game and not worry about, 14 having to disable Praetorium or something. That's a refreshing feel. I do like me some Prey.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
Complain about it all the time.
Nobody likes Prey.
Every 14 player is obligated to complain about Praetorium. It's not that we don't hate it, or it's not that we don't like it. Chat normally, yeah, I guess that's fair. No, I had to deal with somebody that was trying to pick apart my words earlier, and I just kind of served them like this is actually what the context was. If you're going to try to throw an argument at me, make sure you actually cite the actual argument and the full context behind it. That was interesting. YouTube's been really weird this week, though, so that's also compounding on a little bit of stress. Like this, I don't know why the Says the Touch video actually got demonetized. As far as I was aware, it was completely fine in terms of TOS. Oh, that's we're going.
Yep, I guess Kiwi's not tanking.
No, I'm tank. I'm tank again.
Boys at 2 a.m. looking for beans.
All the beans. Yeah, it was from Kiwi. He has access to the soundboard.
First one was Rev.
What?
Duck.
The first one was not me. That was Kip's auto join.
Yeah, I keep forgetting that my auto join is actually the duck sound.
Oh.
Blame me. I use Quick.
Can't believe Rev doesn't even have the Moogle sound.
I thought I added the Moogle sound to the Discord. Did I not?
Maybe you did. I have no idea, actually. It's your turn to be the tank. I was already the tank last time. Remember our tank DC'd in the middle of Praetorium, which it seemed like it was just his internet cut out, and I had to take over. And I had to take over as the monk tank. That was wild. That tank buster hurt.
It's almost like you're not supposed to get hit by them.
You can't. I can't. If I'm monk and I'm having to be a tank, I have to tank it. I mean, our healer was at least on point, so I'll give him that. But I mean, it happens. DCs happen. It's fine.
That was a shiny Labros.
Big axe. B-E-E-G. God, it's been so long since I've had to play Arcanist. I forgot that it was literally just a button 350. I mean, technically it's like 4, but really you only need Ruin.
Yeah, my white mage is actually using Holy. Interesting.
I've gotten several comments at this point about, Kip, you really just need to go to the next expansion. Please stop leveling. And I tell them, no can do. I don't like leveling. I don't want to have to level later.
It's almost like as you go through the game, you get easier, faster ways to get levels. When you're doing it the longest way.
Because in post-ARR, I'm still getting ARR level experience.
Is there still an ARR?
but I'm still getting like beans experience. It's going to be like
almost as if you go through the game, you get access to alternate forms of content that level you up faster.
No Hildebrand. Is the funny green chicken. Actually need to do Hildebrand because that chicken actually.
Well, you don't get the chicken till Stormblood, so get fucked.
Got him. I mean, to be fair, every time I go through I feel like I'm unfairly giving Koerth this shit. But every time I've gone through it, it makes me want to fall asleep.
Koerth is the instant at where I started skipping cutscenes like a motherfucker during my first playthrough.
Just can't do it. Like it's just always at a point in the story that it always makes me want to fall asleep. It Gaius. I don't know. It depends. Maybe I'll do MSQ tonight. I'm like 30 quests off from getting Shiva though.
You're 18 off. I did the count earlier.
Yeah. It's a lot. Especially because the quests because the quests are now, instead of talk person, do thing, go talk other person, it's talk person, do A, B, and or do A, B, C, and then talk person, so it's just taking a lot longer now. Wondrous Tales, baby, Heaven's Word. It's extra level and a half a week. I've heard Wondrous Tales is legit.
As soon as he gets to Shadowbringers, he can do Buzz. Well, not soon, but as soon as he finishes Shadowbringers, he can do Bozia, and Bozia levels you up like fucking crazy.
I don't know. I need to get the rest of my classes to 50 though.
People are able to get to 90 in like maybe 4 to 5 days if they just do spam Bozia. Which, don't get me wrong, it's mind-numbingly dull, but it's faster.
Efficient.
If it works, it works. That's all I can say. When are we getting the Gaia set, Rev?
Never.
Oh,
We don't get Imperial armor.
Now I'm sad. I mean, the
You
girl.
got one Imperial armor. In the entire game, and it was infantry.
Yeah, it was the infantry, that bucket helmet we got in the middle main campaign.
No, you're forgetting about one, Rev. The Doman one.
Oh yeah, right.
I found a rut and
But
I'm
it's still
refusing to leave it.
infantry, it's
100%.
just different spice of infantry.
I don't know. I just don't feel like I'm at the skill level to really move on beyond ARR. Because I'm still making mistakes. Just like running MSQ, running.
Kep, I forget to turn on my tank stance half the time.
Speaking of which, is your tank stance on?
Yes.
Got him. Nah, like as I've said, we've had the discussion about Black Mage. I can't even keep my lightning up 60% of the time.
People who tackle ultimate content take months to get even one clear because that's months of mistakes.
Right.
Yep.
And that's the best players.
Yes.
Right,
so
but
don't beat yourself up or I'll do it for you.
Right, but they get to the point where they don't make those mistakes, and that's just playing the class. That's just playing the content.
No, they don't.
They just accidentally don't make mistakes.
Well, so what about what?
Yeah.
Well, the players on the higher end, right, that say there's not high enough end rewards, right? Like I just assume they don't make mistakes in content. They've done it enough. They have a reason to be able to say
No, they just
we don't
are
have
really
enough.
lucky and No, they just accident their way to success too often.
I mean, I would like to believe that, but I don't believe that.
Yeah, you should go watch one of those streams then, because
I would be more than happy to talk to one of the Final Fantasy XIV Elite and just them try to say, oh yeah, well I'm not perfect. Like to do content like that, you have to
Nobody
have
claims
perfect
they're
rotation.
perfect.
Well, you got to have a perfect rotation
No,
No, you don't.
for end rating with minimal casualties. Yeah,
no.
that I mean,
Minimal casualties in an end raid's like at least 15 deaths.
I mean, it really seems inefficient though.
Welcome to Final Fantasy rating.
But
That's why we don't have
It
revive
seems
tokens.
inefficient, but that's because the game, even at the higher end, is still somewhat forgiving. The fact that we can even resurrect people unlike World of Warcraft, where unless you have a druid in your party who only has one battle res per encounter, you're just fucked.
Right. Finger hard rolls. I mean, to be fair, I've come from, you know, watching Asmongold describe WoW. I've come from playing RuneScape and watching people describe high-end RuneScape content. So, like, Final Fantasy is the odd one out there.
This is also coming from two people, Rev and me, who have played this game a long time. You should
and have done in-game rating.
You should take our.
Speaking of in-game rating, Rev, did you get Axolotl yet?
Suck a dick. Oh, wait, I can't say that on Twitch.
Yeah, you can. It's fine. The ASMR section exists.
Yeah, good point. No, I haven't gotten the Axolotl mount yet. RNGesus has fucked me again.
That's the one.
Dick in a banana, because that is all you are.
Banana.
No, Savage rating's really not hard. It's just, once again, lucking your wasting success.
Savage rating is only hard if you're trying to weak one it.
I mean,
yeah,
I don't know. I wouldn't feel fulfilled
because
with
then
that,
you
though.
don't know the mechanics.
Like, if I have to luck my way through an encounter, I don't feel like I've done it. Like, I've done, like, master content in Destiny.
It's less the luck being on you and the more luck being on hopefully nobody makes any mistakes.
Yeah.
Or RNGs, it's just not like slamming your head against a wall.
Sometimes mechanics are.
Well, and sometimes you can just hard carry your group. I mean, like, you can't.
No.
Well, you can't. Like we saw it in Prey the other day. You can have a DPS take
hard.
The DPS can. Well, you're on level for it, right? Level 90 content with a level 90. If you need a emergency tank with a DPS, you have that ability.
It's all in-game rating gives you 2 tanks. There's no like 4 party in-game stuff. It's all 8.
But netcode issue, someone has to leave like in an emergency or something like that, right? There's enough of a damage threshold.
You just wipe.
What?
Yeah, in-game rating. If one of your tanks DCs, you wipe and restart the raid.
That doesn't. What?
Because if you lose a tank, you do not have the DPS to get through Enrage.
I guess that's fair.
If you drop anybody, you literally just restart from the beginning. Yep. That's why rating is literally 8 people will sit in a call slamming their head against their desks until they either give up or clear it somehow.
Also, game not hard.
Also, game not hard. Cocytus is fun. Not hard. Fun. Annoying. Not hard.
So, the only time you're going to have to worry about gear
Tams is also old school.
Is if you try progging or if you try an ultimate. Other than that, this game is so forgiving because they're trying to appeal to the widest audience possible.
Right. Well, I've gone on the Reddit threads, and I didn't go on the 14 threads. Reddit. And people, someone was asking how to return to the La Hebrea fight because someone had got out. They said they ran out of potions, and I mean, a bunch of the 14 forum is just, you know, lol, how are you running out of potions? Which, if you need to use potions, go for it. I wiped how many times because I refused to use potions? It's fine. It's a valid form of play.
Use potions.
You know, but there's a significant portion of the player base that does say, you know, game isn't hard. Why are you even using potions outside of raiding? So that's kind of just I take this as that's kind of the consensus. So I'm having to build up to that point.
Nah. And the people who use potions in raiding, don't. You use potions if you need your damage to skyrocket real quick. You don't use them for healing.
You use potions for prog. That's it.
Yeah, healing potions don't exist after level 50.
Potions supplement not having the best armor at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So it's really just a thing to make you make sure that you get through the content, and even that's not a guarantee.
Right. Well, I mean, like I run into a couple hurdles, but I'm also playing Black Mage in just MSQ.
Yeah.
I mean, what's his face? The fight they made, the solo fight. I mean, he was kind of a pain to get through, but mostly it's because I have channel times, and he just really did a fuck ton of damage in comparison to the level. For like a level 40 encounter, he wasn't a pushover. Took me a few tries. But I guess that's
the only time
I
remember myself having difficulty in, I guess you can call it main story quest because you were required to do it, was my Stormblood Monk class quest, the final quest, the final fight for it. It took me a few tries to get through that.
Drinkard. Well, so the thing about that, Tamsin, is that
they were able to drown Kip.
the games that I've come from playing is, and even then, in every game, I try to find the best and most efficient route possible. That's just how I play a game. I do play to min-max. So unless I'm min-maxing, I'm not in the game, if that makes sense.
This game is you kind of have to take Maxor's advice when he talks about Genshin. Don't try to min-max it, because you're gonna have a bad time.
Genshin's also the worst example there, because Genshin's endgame is min-maxing for all intents and purposes, because they don't have a sim. But I get what you're saying. Like,
play with what you got.
I'm gonna hit 100, and then I gotta start looking at materia. That's my gameplay loop. That's how I want to play the game.
If you hit 100, that means we're gonna be in Dawntrail, and if we're in Dawntrail and you haven't gotten to Heavensward, I will actually kill you.
Well, I got to get everything to 50 first, and just YouTube's been keeping me busy all week.
No, you don't.
Yeah. Well, yes, I do. If so, here's the thing.
You will have a hitman outside your door. You do not.
Okay, so here's the thing, and I'm not actually being serious here. If I move to Heavensward, right, there's not really anything sub 50 at that point. It's just going to be 50 to 60, 60 to 70 every expansion, right? Every 10 levels. So, at what point am I actually going to take my gladiator? At what point am I actually going to take my thief and actually level them up? So I should just level them up now.
Run out of MSQ to do.
Yes.
I just see, to me, it doesn't compute to me. That's also my experience in RuneScape.
98% of this people who play this game go through the story on one job.
That's so strange to me. Like, I'm not discounting it. I'm not, like, it's just so weird to me.
Once you get access to, say, Endwalker's trial roulette and MSQ, not MSQ roulette, but like your dungeon roulette, stuff like that, those dungeons, trials, and stuff like that pay you about 3 or 4 times as much XP as the ones you have access to now.
Right.
So you level up a lot faster.
Leveling will always be the best one, but you only can do that once per day. So
right. Well, at the very least, I should get classes to 30, because then they can go into the leveling roulette at that point. Sub 30, I mean, there's not really anything to do other than just sit there doing your hunting log. Next, I don't necessarily. Sometimes I don't know what's going on with my throat tonight.
Water.
I already drank. Start a level 30 once you have Heavensward. No, I should have everything but like 1 job. No, 2. Because I'm missing Dark Knight and I'm missing.
Dark Knight you're not going to have access to until you get to Heavensward, and Dark Knight starts at 50.
Yeah, and then the other one is the gun
Machinist.
one. Yeah, Machinist.
Machinist.
So I should only be missing 2 classes.
Astrologian.
And Astrologian.
I already have it.
No, you don't.
You don't have Astro?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I will open up my character sheet.
You have It's Time to Duel?
I will go open up my job menu after this. I do have Astrologian.
Did you buy a job boost for it?
No, it was just outside of Limsa.
That's Sage.
Yeah, that's Sage.
I'm 90% sure I have
Astrologian
Astrologian.
is the one that uses the tarot cards.
I already have Reaper.
The class quest to pick up Astrologian is physically in Ishgard, which is not accessible until you get into Heavensward.
Okay, it might be then that. So, okay, then I'm missing 3 jobs. But generally, you start off with most of them.
Well, so here's the thing. Heavensward is the only expansion where they tied jobs to places where you have to actually be in the expansion.
Right, which makes sense.
After that, they never did that again.
Ow.
This is shocking.
I hit the spicy wall.
At least it's not a kill wall like later on.
Like in Bahamut, like you got rammed into.
I walked into it, thank you very much.
God, that was funny. Coils be different.
Arm's length.
Yep, arm's length. Time to go stand on top of Kiwi. And immediately jump off of this to get out of that circle.
Heavensward jobs the only ones not tied to level because they were tied to Ishgard. The mistake they never repeated. Well, I mean, to be fair, it's what, the first expansion?
Yes.
Technically, yeah, I guess you could say that. But yes, please, if there's any advice that you ever take from me, you don't have to min-max this game from the beginning. You may want to, and it's going to be really hard for you to not want to, but trust me, you're going to save so much more time and retain more viewers if you just go through the story.
I guess that's fair. Hey, he's dead. Bye, Nero.
Because, like, imagine me just being, oh, look, this guy's playing Final Fantasy XIV. Oh, yeah, I'll go ahead and watch this guy for a couple of weeks, see how he likes the story. And
But
then
that's
they
not...
just see you do Praetorium for 2 weeks, and they're like...
But that's literally what Lucy Pyre, Pint, and Joe Cat do.
Who have all done the main story quest already, who's done all the content that there is to be done as of this patch.
Yes.
You will have time to stream side content after you're finished.
And Joe Cat's also doing Praetorium because he's going through with Dipper. So.
Yeah, no, Joe Cat's great. I love Joe Cat. Recommend Heavensward enough.
Yeah. Anybody who streams this game, assume they're done with the story.
Yes. Thank you for the bits. I appreciate that because I don't have direct. What?
Correct.
Should get a couple levels of single job. Well, it's a single job that starts at 50 though, because 30 is the only. Well, technically, PvP allows 30 if you have the job stone. So I would have to, for classes that are under 30, I would still have to do the hunting log and then AFK certain time and just kill mobs in order to get up to 30. 30 is strictly leveling and PvP, and everything else is 50 plus.
Most people ignore their hunting log, to be honest.
It's the most efficient. It's the most efficient way I found. At least in early levels.
You have access to very little tools.
But there's no tools that you get. Like what?
Dungeons.
You've been
Sasha.
actively ignoring Palace of the Dead since you got to this game, and I've told you it's the quickest way to level up.
Right. Well, and I need to go get. I need to get the title. I need to go get the title
what you
for
have
that.
access to.
Thanks for reminding me on that. I need to get the title.
God damn it!
If you try to get the title of that, I will actually harm you.
What? Rev's gonna get the title.
Rev refuses to do Palace of the Dead because Rev hates fucking roguelites.
All right. Give me 1 second.
Keep them
here.
just now using. Thank you. I'm glad the emotes are going over well. I thought they were really good. But yeah, no, Palace of the Dead I hear is decent, but it's
Final Fantasy Collect Necromancer. Let's see how much people have it. The Necromancer, 0.9% of people have it.
I mean, it's 1% of the player base.
Not even.
I could be the next one person.
You could.
The guides exist.
Won't.
I know they exist.
They don't.
What do you mean they don't?
Palace of the Dead is a roguelite in the purest sense of a roguelite. No runs of Palace of the Dead will be the same.
Oh. I guess it's alright. They
Floors are randomized. Traps on the floor are randomized.
The only thing that is static are the bosses every 10 floors.
Yes.
And that's what, 200 floors for the title? Oh, he's gonna say it. He's gonna say the funny.
The title is 100 solo.
And then
He said it. He said the meme. My life is complete.
The Heaven on High one? It's like Lone Hero. Yeah, Lone Hero. Not much better. 1.1% of people have soloed Heaven on High.
Trying to think about but I mean, there's got to be a way to detect the traps then.
Yes, a consumable that is very limited.
You can also just memorize the generic placement of where traps would be on the floor.
So there's got to be maps then for the floor traps.
There is maps of where they can possibly spawn, but it's not static.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is you have.
And there's different types of traps. There's ones that turns you into a toad. There's one that makes it so you can't cast weapon skills or abilities.
Fair enough.
There's one that makes you small.
Fair enough. Thank you, Pyromaniac, for that enlightening fact. You are not wrong. I mean, I don't know. But like, see, that's every time I go into a game, like I expect to min-max it. Like I'm incapable of playing a game casually.
Well, yes. We're just saying you don't have to min-max it right now.
Kingdom Hearts looking ass jacket.
I gotta go get my materia from fucking coils now.
Why?
For it to be useless in like not in like 2 levels.
Do you want like 600 useless materia?
No, I have to grind them.
You just get them from doing quests.
Yeah, I fear that you do. I don't even know. Like, materia is one of those that I'm actually not super worried about, even at like 90. I'm really not right now. Just because.
You want to know what the only time materia is useful for is?
Wasn't it? Yeah, it was endgame progging. You guys have talked about that.
In crafting.
Well, yeah.
Crafting materia is the only materia you'll ever have to worry about having.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, the amount of money you can make from food alone. Which Rev Kiwi needs money, by the way.
I do.
So do I. I am back below 1 million fucking gil.
Well, if you didn't buy the wrong amount, I mean,
I didn't.
you
What a
wouldn't have that
shitty
problem.
investment I did giving 1.5 million to you.
I had to buy crafting gear.
And
Yeah,
that
but I
was
had-
your excuse for not being able to make money. Now you have the crafting gear.
And then I accidentally scrapped my crafting gear, so I had to buy it again.
But Rev, you could start making food now while food prices are down for the next raid when Dawn Trail drops, and then just sell en masse.
You mean in 3 weeks when the next update comes out and the new raid comes out?
Oh, well, yeah, you better start making food now. Get in that kitchen, Rev.
No.
I mean, what
Because I
else?
still technically don't have everything I need to make modern fish.
Oh, what are you missing?
Also, we generally don't get raids until after the first patch of
Yeah.
Which makes sense.
7.0. Or raids that require food at least.
And we might also not get a raid first patch because they were talking about giving us a new exploration zone in Dawn Trail. So, new thing like Baja or Eureka.
Eureka, my beloved.
Yeah.
All I know is the closest to 11 I'm going to get in the next 2 months.
Is your black mage really still only 56?
No?
What are you playing? Oh, you're playing... I just saw Big Hat, so I assume black mage.
No, my black mage is 90. I'm playing the last summoner class that I have as DPS. Because red mage is 90, black mage is 90. This is really the only mage that isn't at 90. Well, aside from blue, but we don't count blue.
Every class at 90 before Kip gets the Heaven's Ward. I'm so disappointed.
You know what? I can make this a reality.
I'm about to just buy this asshole like a bunch of job boosts, so he doesn't have anything to fucking complain about.
No,
anymore.
stop it. No, do
Honestly,
not.
yeah, I think I can drop like $100 on job boosts.
Stop it. No. No, no.
And
I
then
will.
that'll also come with a guild that he can give me back.
Oh, speaking of Gil, yeah, I have to agree with Pyromaniac in chat. Final Fantasy's wild. We use fish parks as currency.
Yeah.
Kind of wild, isn't it?
You're not funny.
I am funny though. When you have to defend with "I am funny" though, you've probably lost the battle at that point.
Pyromaniac, if you want my fucking useless materia, I will offload every bit of it onto you.
You're gonna get like 5 trades in. Are we done? No, I'm still going.
Oh. My Chocobo saddlebag is full of useless materia.
You just don't know what to do
one of my
with it.
retainers is too. Oh, it's physically no use for it.
You can't disassemble it or anything?
No.
I mean, at least in RuneScape, if you have something you don't want, like even like early game swords and stuff, you can just disassemble it for like components for invention.
You can
So that's
sell
kind of
it to
wild.
vendors for next to nothing.
Yeah, I could sell it for like 5 gil a piece if anyone buys it.
No, to just vendor it.
Oh yeah, I could do that too.
Oh, how is Jet Black Dye doing in the marketplace?
Expensive.
So we can flip it now.
What do you know?
No.
Well, I'm assuming you
Never
guys
been
got it when it
able to-
was lower.
No.
Oh, I just pay real money for it.
Yeah, same. I spent actual money for it.
I can get 10 pots for $7.
Kind of hot
Yeah.
though, actually. Yeah.
And
That's
you
not
cannot sell
RMT
it
because
on-
it's fucking.
not
No,
sell
it's from the Mog Station. Kiwi, did you see everyone's? You see a lot of people aren't happy with the pricing. on Mog Station.
New outfit. Iceheart's NPC outfit got added to Mog Station, and people are bitching that it's the price every NPC outfit's been.
$30?
It's like $20.
Oh.
$18, I think.
Yeah, it's 18, I think. 18 USD.
Oh, what a nightmare.
People are complaining. If you want to complain, just don't buy it. Get the almost identical looking one that's just in-game.
People complained when Cruise Chaser's mount came out too, because it should have been part of the raid.
Kiwi, that's being toxic. It's being toxic, those players.
Be toxic all you want. Fucking Epic Alexander players deserve it. They can be triggered by fucking 2 words.
What's happening?
Forward and back.
That
Forward
actually
and
level
back.
up. Like, okay,
Make that 2 different phrases: forward and back, and limit cut. You want to trigger somebody who did Epic of Alexander? Just say limit cut.
I have no
Also,
idea.
Pepsi Man.
I like your
and
funny,
Pepsi Man.
I like your funny words, Magic Man.
Yeah.
Just comes from our
We don't like
retainers,
it.
and I sell it as soon as I get it because black is my least favorite color. Most of my 36 million plus gil came from flipping retainer venture jet black dye. Yeah, sounds about right. Oh, I need to buy my stupid fishing outfit. I don't know where it's at. I think I have to
Fishing
do
outfit.
my for my retainer. I need to get level 50 fishing
Speaking of
gear.
ventures,
Hey, Rock, you want to like share the love with some of that gil, my friend? Invite you to the FC. Kiwi can decorate the house some more.
Kiwi, Rev needs, Rev needs more money from you, Kiwi. You know, I'm just gonna stop
Rev can suck a
speaking.
dick.
Stop speaking because I can't clearly make sentences today. That was backwards as AF. All right, where is this? Where is this stupid quest taking me? Coerthus.
Oh, we're doing LSQ now.
Final Doom is Q. Want to get over Coerthus.
Good. You're almost done. Don't worry.
I mean, he's done with that. Almost done with that part of Coerthus.
I have 18 quests to be done with Coerthus, and then I have another like 30 quests in whatever the next one is. Miqo'te is a different raid mechanic from Epic Alexander that keeps getting reused every time other raids here when they need a typical mechanic.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not wrong.
So it's
This current raid tier has limit cut as well. Yeah, Skirkitis has limit cut.
What
Fun.
What are burnt shrimp used for in OSRS? I don't actually know because we don't have invention. You can't disassemble for components. Is it
Kip,
that
when he thinks he's almost done with Coerthus, me knowing the first zone in Heavensward is Western Coerthus.
At least Western Coerthus is nicer. It's got prettier snow.
Kip's like, oh no.
oh no.
Oh no.
I am pursuing heretics. This is perfect.
Yes.
Watch as I get distracted by the first hunt boss that comes across.
And immediately get killed by it because the only hunt bosses that spawn in this area are A ranks and S ranks.
All I'm saying is Geed, fucking whatever the one next to the Odin position. I hated it. That was rough. Even as level 90, that hurt.
SMH my head.
Aww.
Kip's not even using the mount that Yoshi P just gave to him.
Oh right. No, thank you for reminding me about that.
Whoops, wrong button.
That was actually a really cool interaction though. Like I don't have the like in-game time a lot of people do, but like I actually thought that was a really good event.
He does that every year, by the way.
Does he?
Yes, he does.
The event for the Rising, you'll always speak to Yoshi P at the end.
It's so good. I
And he
love it.
basically just says, "Thanks for playing my game. I love you."
Absolute legend.
Yes.
Do you turn into Phoenix, or are
Yeah,
you
yeah,
riding?
Yes,
it?
you actually turn into Phoenix.
Yeah, he turned
Oh,
into.
I didn't realize that.
I like what was it? The Alpha No Alice, what she got there, and it's you being the Phoenix or whatever.
Is it a 2-seater? I don't remember.
It's a one-seater.
1-seater. Interesting.
Become the Phoenix.
Come.
What? Guardian? This isn't a Dragon Spit stream.
Oh, there you are.
Guardian down.
You know, it's been kind of a shame that the Nerevar memes have kind of just not happened. They just kind of fell out of favor.
I think it's because of one channel specifically that I'm not going to go into too much detail. Started using Dagoth as a political aspect.
It doesn't surprise me. Video games aren't political. Excuse me, what was the entirety of Morrowind? That was just weaponized racism. and actual classism as well in there. Wow.
Yes. Remember, chat, Metal Gear Solid's not a political game.
Well, I love it. It's stupid. Yeah, I think I went east. Okay, cool. I'm gonna have to just skip some of this because I'm really trying with Coerthus. It is.
I will give you the cliff notes.
I mean, I get the cliff.
Pass through it.
I get the cliff notes. It's just reading through it right now is blowing my mind. Sense of hostile presence. Hateful Harrier.
You don't have to play Heavensward as a You get like 2 lines of dialogue. Big deal.
Actually, Rev says that I have to play through it as a Dragoon, so I have to actually level up my Lancer.
Should, but also you don't have to.
How embarrassing. But then I almost, mind you, sneak up behind me, got a knife. Restoring a dead man's knapsack by the interest. I'm purposely reading through this myself. Lo and behold, friends how many came upon this.
And don't blame you.
Observatorium, give the signal and wait. Merchant will be waiting. Else does not like possibly mean the rendezvous inside the place. So restrict surrounding areas. Said to you, you should restrict your search to the wilderness around the observatorium and need 2 more months for us to recover from these wounds. Turn on my light. Gets a little dark. My tracking goes a little fuzzy. Get exhausting immune because there's only so much you can hear. I mean, yeah, like there were some pretty funny ones, like the Kane's chicken one. That was pretty great. That was pretty great. Pee-wee.
Take out Ernest Discord kitten.
I think Kane's chicken is just mid.
I went to.
Did you go to the new chicken place?
No, I didn't. I was going to though. I went to McDonald's at like 5 a.m. the other day, and they told me to pull ahead, and I was like, what? Yeah, it was interesting.
Pull ahead where?
I was in the drive-thru, and then they had me not in the drive-thru. I don't know. That's my story.
Did you pay first?
Yeah, I paid. Yeah, I just ordered like I ordered 5 sausage, chicken, Mc thing, whatevers, and they're just like, "Hey, thank you. We're gonna have you pull out to the front."
Yeah, they didn't have it ready immediately, so they didn't want you sitting there making their times go up.
I dig it. It's not that I'm mad. It's not that I'm mad, Chad. I'm just like I haven't worked at McD's.
They have sensors in the drive-through that measure how long cars are there.
Oh, that's nice. That's neat. Okay, so that makes sense why they have you pull ahead then. Also,
so if something's not ready, they just don't want you sitting there because then they'll get yelled at by corporate, being like, "Oh, you're not getting cars through fast enough." You want to know what the corporate mandates how fast or how long you should be in the drive-through?
What?
45 seconds.
I could see that.
From order to receiving food, 45 seconds.
Yeah, that's
unrealistic as shit.
It is. It's unrealistic, so I see why they do it. That actually makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that was my story of going to McDonald's the other day. Trying to find the stupid NPC. I know he's here.
In the building.
Yeah, I'm aware he's in a building. I'm trying to figure out which, because it's got to be this one. No, he's outside. 5 chicken sandwiches, and they got very concerned about the big chicken. Look, I had to not. Sometimes I just have to not show up for breakfast and order like 10 sausage McMuffins. Sometimes I really just want the McMuffin.
It's like my regular order, but I had to order for the shop in the morning, so it's like, yeah, I need 20 sausage, egg, and cheese McGriddles.
Yeah.
Hopefully
they must love you.
Just don't mind waiting.
I use the app because I'm not a jackass.
That's the one. No, you don't just show up and order 40 tacos.
Unfortunately, you are kind of still being a jackass, and it's not your fault. The order doesn't show up until you mark yourself as there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the order will not show up until you're like, "Hey, I'm here," on your phone.
Okay.
Wow.
Oh, it her.
way-
It's Yugiri.
That way that people just can't be like, oh, I'm gonna, order this big thing of like 40 McMuffins,
and
and
not
then
show
they
up.
never show up.
Yeah,
So it
because then that's just
actually
wasted
is tied
product.
to the GPS on your phone. It will not let you say I'm here unless you're outside the restaurant.
Interesting. Okay, I didn't know that. That's just how they code it on the back end.
Mine here makes you scan the QR code that's on the like waiting
I
up
got
front.
Chick-fil-A for breakfast.
I could see
this
that. I
morning.
could see that, Corky. I could see that. In real life, I think I've unironically said Enwa twice, but in reference to when in discussion about Dagoth, I think.
Enwa, my favorite N-word.
Jesus Christ.
How did it get canceled on Twitch?
I don't know why that reminded me of the stupid South Park clip. The what was it? The people that annoy me. It was N space GGERS, and Randy's just like, I don't want to say it. It was Naggers chat NA. Someone that nags you. God. It's a wonder.
Pronunciation's on point today.
It's a wonder why South Park doesn't get canceled sometimes. But man, it's a wild experience.
It's to be expected at this point.
It kind of is.
Same with Family Guy.
But Family Guy's written by manatees, though.
Yes, and South Park's written by monkeys.
This wouldn't surprise me, actually.
Or is that The Simpsons?
In the future, all comedy will be randomly generated.
It really is at this point, though. It is really just randomly generated, and it's kind of scary.
We should just all go back to watching VeggieTales. We need some good Christian cartoons.
Like, what was it? This was years ago. Like, how we had, like, get stick bugged, right? But then we had at some point, we also had the spinning roach meme. And I'm just like, you can't tell me this is not randomly generated. It's so funny.
Let me smash.
That one was actually really good, though. Because that was from a documentary I had actually seen, and so good. So if they crumble with process, information along, closer to learning of the Ivy's identity, I would rather not say. Can our adversaries cunning and shall consider fortunate if we are spared another wild dodo chase? Give me my 2,000 experience. Darkwing Duck. New DuckTales is actually really good. I hope that it gets a season 3.
I cannot believe that YouTube is basically saying capitalism bad.
So about that, because I need to take a second to actually discuss that. So there was obviously the Seth Zintoch video, Capitalism Ho, the Rusty review obviously went down. I had checked multiple times in the week that it's been uploaded, about roughly a week. Every single time, including the thumbnail and the exact description, everything about it was okay for advertisers. The moment I go out yesterday, because I had to do some refinance stuff, because I actually woke up early enough and was just swapping banks and stuff, I literally hopped on YouTube Studio and it was demonetized. And I went, excuse you? So then naturally, I'm like, this doesn't make sense. I don't know what's going on. Why today specifically? Because
they accessed your webcam. They noticed you weren't in front of your computer.
Apparently, yeah. It's I would give it at that point. And yeah, so then that's why I had to take it down and submit it for manual review. And I've been waiting in that same time period. I've been waiting on the historical Army Rangers versus the gang, right? I've been waiting on that, and literally in the same interval, the Reciteer review by Seth is demonetized, which I thought that was one of his most tame videos I've ever seen. And the Army Ranger one was deemed okay for advertisers.
Let's just say there's a reason that Seth thanks his Patreon supporters after every video.
Yeah.
His stuff is monetized.
Yeah, that was one of his more tame videos as well, and so that's why I'm just like, what is happening here? So there's a commentary there. You can make a lot of your our memes, if you will, but I know I have got it's an experience of all time. So yeah, that's why that went down. Martin Cedar Pants is back up though, with the three things muted. I put in the description as well that because I'm trying to be on good terms with YouTube, I'm just muting these and moving on. But obviously it killed all the momentum it had, so it has like sub 800 views or something like that.
Oh, that's right. That's going on right now.
What is?
The PS5 or PlayStation State of Play thing.
Yeah, I saw the trailer for Final Fantasy, and I might review that. I might react to that.
Dragon Spit's reacting to it right now.
Yeah, I saw that. I said hi before we started the stream.
Yes. Even Square is aware that this Final Fantasy game is going to have the scene.
Oh, did you
So,
see that
scene?
apparently there's already a little controversy, if you will, because you won't be able to use your prior save file?
Oh no, I can't use my prior save file. That's level 99.
Oh, what you're telling me? You just can't blitz through the game?
My god. I mean, if anything, you could view it as a power tier up because you were just fighting Midgar and Shinra security, if not Shinra soldier at certain points, right? So now you're outside of Midgar. It's just going to be a tier up. So even if you're 99 Midgar, you could headcanon it as, okay, but I'm level 1 actual adventurer tier.
Yes.
If they didn't fix his cheekbones, I'm actually going to riot, though.
Whose cheekbones?
Sephiroth's.
Yeah, I've heard of those cheekbones.
Like, even on the
I was
PS1, he has
shampoo.
these, even in the PS1, right? Like, original 7, he has these super angular, high-defined cheekbones, right? And then the remake, he's just got this, like smooth face. And I'm just like, look how they massacred my boy.
Oh yeah, because he's supposed to be the genetically perfect being.
I just, it's
I
wrong.
think Tip's just addicted to polygons and sharp angles.
Why do you, I
Man,
mean,
he'd have an aneurysm with Nier. No sharp angles there.
Some people's hair have sharp angles.
A2?
Like the not 2B, but the other one. That one, I think, maybe, yeah.
Kane?
Whatever the male character is.
9S.
9S?
That one, yeah. He's got some sharp
Oh, yeah.
hair.
Because he's supposed to be like a young kid.
This from company difficulties for WoW faced, and yeah, there's a lot
Maybe
of
this-
context here that I'm definitely
Maybe
missing.
this is the signal where I should just be like, okay, maybe I'm on the internet too much, because instead of my brain, when Rev said that, when he said he's just a young kid, I'm like, why didn't she just say Shota?
2 of his 7 polygons.
would
Yes,
have.
yes, they did. That's how defined they were. They dedicated that many resources to that.
I could have used Shota. I purposely decided not to.
It's technically different, though. Organization's founding.
Also, I have some very good news for just myself, but I wanted to share it. You can, well, because I'm probably like the only person that's actually excited about this. You can buy Tim Tams at Albertsons.
What is a Tim Tam?
Australian biscuit cookie
I'm so.
thing.
Would Martin Cedar Pants eat it?
Probably. It's like an Australian staple.
Yeah.
It's as Australian as sausage rolls and iced coffees.
Sausage roll.
I really know a lot less about Australia than I thought I did. Okay, cool. We have found the people who are funding the heretics. Cool. Story has been obtained.
And surprisingly, it's not the Catholic Church.
Not yet. That was actually a lot of church. Yeah, Lady Domitor. Actually reminds me, I need to go through Village at some point soon. It's been a long time since I've gone through Village. I'm not missing anything important necessarily, right? Like, I'm trying to take this in, but I'm not doing anything
Not really, no.
that's relevant.
The cliff notes of what you're doing right now are heretics bad, gotta stop heretics.
I mean, okay, yeah. But I meant, like, at a more... Like, we found the abettors of the heretics, so that's why we're calling a council there. I'm not missing something that somebody's gonna, like, necessarily be super upset at me for not missing and or reading, right?
If let's put it this way, the two things we were gonna have on the doctor for you tonight, either this or Crystal Tower, you didn't have to stream. It is so unimportant.
I guess that's fair. But I needed to get on here anyways.
The only important character that you need to remember about pretty much anything going forwards is an NPC you meet during the Crystal Tower, and Ilbert, the guy that you were just talking to.
Cool.
And he's not even super relevant for that long, but he is relevant for at least a little while here.
Okay, cool. Do not punt Alphino into the moon. He is good boy.
He's not a good boy yet. He's still a brat.
Steve, are you ready for the Amogus map?
No.
Assuming it comes out because, you know, got to change off of Unity.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Unity's having issues right now.
Yes,
Forgot about
Among
that.
Us and Cold of the Lamb both have to move to entirely new.
I'm pretty sure
Engines.
Tarkov also is on Unity as well.
It's just
Tarkov is, but they also make so much money a year they don't give a shit.
it's wild to think that they're not even walking it back. Like they're just openly just like, yeah, we're doing it at this point. Like here's the thing is that because I had people that were saying that, well, what about Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, right? Well, they're on the engine, and it's like, I mean, Nintendo just has enough money that they could
If
probably get
Nintendo
lawyers
wanted
to be like,
they
you
could
can't.
just buy Unity.
Yeah, at that point they could just be like,
Nintendo's
no.
just like, no, fuck you.
I mean, actually, though, I mean, that is such a mood, though, to just be able to just like, okay, you want to cause problems, I'll just buy you. Now I own you.
Yeah. Congrats! Now everything is owned by Nintendo because
Play
everything
stupid games,
now.
win stupid prizes.
Yeah.
This is really a stupid game, though. Like, there's a reason I made the stupid non-fungible round ideology. Like, that was such a meme, but it's so funny. I too want to play Tarkov where I pay for my own ammo.
And we must
Yes.
discuss the implications.
I too want to play Tarkov, where if the only upgrade I get for spending $100 on the game is a bigger bag I get to shove up my ass.
That's just Marathon.
The war of succession is ended.
It is. A new
Yeah, but
emperor
you can
reigns
fit
in
one
the
more
world.
dust cover for your AK into your alpha container.
I can fit one more Hollow Sun optic into my container.
I mean, it only takes up one grid square, so yeah.
Have they fixed the cheating yet?
birth and all too rapid
And
expansion
what?
of the Guardian Empire is commonly
The wiggle?
attributed to the strategic brilliance
No,
of
it's a core
Solus
mechanic.
Zosgalvis. Yet
That's
he
not
did
cheat.
not
He's
rule
talking
alone.
about
Several members
just
of
the
the
cheaters
royal
in general
household
being able to
also
see through
distinguished.
walls and shit.
Yeah, have they actually added
Nevertheless,
anti-cheat?
he was the eldest son who
Oh.
They've
sought
had
the
anti-cheat.
throne
It's just
until his
anti-cheat
present time
is
passing.
for all games across the board. Pretty much gonna always be behind the people who are actually making the cheats.
Yeah, well, yeah, no, it's a
Just
game of cat and mouse.
in terms of progress.
What is this? I want this chest. I want to pick it up. That's just a WoW character.
Oh, hey. Meanwhile, on the growing
shoulder
empire.
pads.
He's just a WoW character. I will never let Activision Blizzard live down the fucking breast milking incident. It's so funny. That's one of those you just don't ever live
It
down.
was the grandson and his uncle who had the strongest claims, was it not?
At this point, they've made so many mistakes that I don't really think you can make a redemption story. Like, okay, yeah, Linus, said something bad and handled it terribly. He could still come back from that because at his core, he's still a pretty good guy.
I would disagree, but that's also well. So let me clarify right now. I have inherent bias against companies and individuals above a certain net worth threshold. I just have unrealistic expectations. I will make my bias known there. Is it necessarily the healthiest? No, but it is. It's if it makes sense on why I'm so critical of certain devs and stuff and companies, that's why. I've seen on his subreddit, right, that like, well, it's been a month since the LTT LMG situation happened, or it seems like he's moving on. And if he's moving on, that's cool. It personally, as a creator, makes me not want to go to Floatplane just from the bad publicity that surrounds it now. But I mean, as long as he cleans up his act and the investigation on the abuse and SA allegations are taken seriously, I honestly have no issue at that point. It's just one of those that it's very weird because Asmongold didn't really even comment on that situation, which I thought was odd. Because like he comments on like Unity and stuff, he comments on everything else, but like he just kind of chose to not really comment on the Linus situation, which was very strange to me.
He might have done it on stream, but he might have just not made a video about it.
Solus Fun Golfus, my beloved. Dude is just looks different. Can't wait to punch him.
Given the troubled nature of his succession,
You actually talk down.
the new
You actually
emperor
sit
will
down with
require
him and
time
talk to him
seal his grip on power.
eventually.
Yet have no doubt but that he shall. For there are none
Like
who have
unironically, you're
strength
just
enough
sitting
to
at a
oppose
desk with him and talking with him.
Sounds about right.
Since the success of Operation Archon, the remnants of the 14th Legion and the forces occupying Alamigo have done naught but fortify their positions.
He's the WoW character that got lost. He said, "Nah, this game's better."
They'll be ready to march on us again if their emperor gives the word.
But yeah, no. Linus can, with a lot of good actions, recover his credibility and try to repair his reputation. I do think he needs to
Blizzard just made too many mistakes.
Yeah, I think he needs to step down, but Blizzard...
He has stepped down. He's not even CEO anymore.
He's still, well, he's not CEO, but the thing is, he still maintains, I believe it's over 50% of the company. He still, through that whole decision, through that whole ordeal, he still was making calls and shots. The CEO, at the end of the day, is just effectively the PR executive of the company, right? They're the face of the company. And so if he has, a legal meeting to go to, has to go to an event, has to go to, some sort of like corporate shindig, whatever, like he's the one that goes there.
Right.
Linus is still, at the end of the day, the one running everything, it seems. And he kind of just needs to rescind that.
No, I don't think he's running things. More so, he's the guy. He's the face.
Plainly, the new emperor's intentions are of
Right. Well, and we'll see where the situation goes. I think that people have, because internet outrage is
I
approximately
propose
2
that we
weeks.
set aside the Cartno dispute for
It's already in a
present
month.
and discuss what measures the Alliance might take to prepare for a resumption of hostilities with Garlemald. Moreover, I move that
I
we
still
re-examine
can't see
the
anything
question
other
of
than a
how
Korok
our
when I see that
former
amulet.
allies in Ishgard might be
Which
persuaded to
amulet?
retake their place at our
On
side. Could Eorzea but stand as
Kane
one,
Senna.
'twould deal a grave
Her
blow
necklace.
to our enemies'
Yeah.
ambitions.
I'll have to see it again.
It makes me think of one of I think it's either the Hoenn or the Sinnoh worm.
Oh yeah.
It makes me think of I think it's Wurmple, actually.
Wurmple's Gen 3, yeah. So that'd be Hoenn.
It makes me think of Wurmple. I know some of the colors are off, but still.
Well, I suppose we should be grateful that they have finally acknowledged the inevitability of Imperial attack. Who knows? They may even do something about it.
No, they won't, Alphino. You know better.
If only the leaders of Ishgard would follow their example. and stop
Alphino
hiding
doesn't know
behind
better.
their
He's still a
gates,
young boy.
praying for the coming storm to pass them by. But that is a discussion for another time. At present, I am more concerned by the fact that the Alliance's mooted preparations will be made known to the Garleans many moons before their coming. So long as the ivy eludes our grasp, no secret is safe.
Even Yoshi P agreed that Alphino sounded like a Redditor at this point. Is that
Yeah.
that's not verbatim, is it?
It's pretty close.
Fair enough. No, he definitely has that dignified air about him and a little bit of...
Well, he
What?
comes from like
He comes from a
aristocracy and
yeah.
just general spoiled upbringing. So
And a bunch of fucking nerds.
Nerds!
Yeah.
So, like, imagine a city of just scholars who have never known conflict, but think they know everything about conflict.
Oh, that's the
I
one.
think the closer thing that Tamsin was saying with the Redditor thing was I think the direct thing was like somebody who sits on forums all day every day.
Oh, kind of like I do at this point, technically.
Stop reading forums.
But damn it, confirmation
Burns your brain
bias.
much.
I have to find my confirmation bias in the forums.
Turns your brain to mush.
Yeah, they do. Especially the 14 forums. Because remember, 14's dying because it's on trail.
Oh yeah, I haven't checked that lately. Hold up.
Oh my god, what gems can we uncover today from this?
I'm on it. Give me a minute. English forums. General discussion.
I'm gonna go get. I'm gonna try it now. I'm gonna go get my nitrogen Pepsi. Sponsored stream, by the way.
How could you?
Top one today. Mog store / game should be more like IMVU.
What? What? These people can't be real. Like, these people can't actually. I'm convinced they're just bots.
This was posted at 7 a.m. saying the Mog store item should be more like IMVU. In the form of you should be able to just buy whatever you want for the most part and use that for your character. So, like, if you want to be an emo chick with tattered jeans and fishnets, that should be something that's just available on the Mog station.
I mean, so they're advocating for monetization. What?
Yes. They're saying there should be more, like, just everyday kind of stuff.
These are those wallet warriors, aren't they?
And most of the responses to it are, get some help, don't do this.
Yeah, it just takes one person asking, all I'm going to say. They really exist? I hate that you're right, though. Oh my god. Hubbard. Can I get back to Coerthus and finish my quest, please?
No.
I like that you just how authoritatively you just said no.
No.
Okay, sure.
Then it's just people complaining about they don't have a complex enough DPS rotation as a healer.
Yeah, fair enough.
Bring back stance dancing.
No. Please don't.
No.
That wasn't the worst form of it.
It wasn't, but please don't.
We need to bring back MP, but for melee classes. That'll fix the game.
Yes,
TP.
let's bring back TP and have every person swap off of a melee class, because who wants to play a melee class with TP?
I'm waiting for the two people in chat. They're gonna be like, actually, I thought TP was a great system.
Tamsin, if you'd have been TP, I'm timing you out.
I think I poured it correctly.
Did you, though?
Even Ruck Dog says no.
Apparently, a common mistake when people try to drink this is they'll just drink it from the can, and that's not how you're supposed to do it.
You mean I'm a heathen for drinking soda from cans?
Okay, so
No,
everyone's
specifically nitrogen infused Pepsi.
I have no idea what that is.
It's Pepsi infused with nitrogen.
But what to what?
Okay.
What? Just for bubble?
It makes the drink smoother.
It's smoother. It's why Guinness has nitrogen in it, because it makes it creamier.
Damn, I didn't know this. If
Yes.
healers got DPS rotations, they'd complain too. Wait, healers do damage though. They're required to do damage.
That actually works. It tastes like I'm drinking like a root beer float.
I'll have to try it now. I'm not a huge Pepsi person, but I'll try it.
I got
Okay,
the vanilla one.
so everyone who has been playing for a while in chat is just a great don't bring back TP.
Forum
That's
user,
a-
bring back TP. Everybody disliked that.
I mean, it would be a little bit better now that like most melee DPS have gap closers. But like trying to get out of damage and having to use sprint and all of your TP going away.
Yes, everyone gets a gap
Especially-
closer, except
Especially as a monk when TP was like how you did attacks.
yeah.
And if you didn't do attacks, if you sneezed once, Grease Lightning is just gone.
Yeah.
Now Grease Lightning lasts forever in comparison.
Yes. Bring back TP. Everybody disliked that decision.
Everybody disliked it. Oh my god. I need to wait for Fallout to go on sale next. I need to pick up 3, because apparently I don't own 3. I need to pick up 3, and I need to pick up 4. I've never actually played through 4.
Man, if you want to play Fallout 4, just play Starfield.
Did you see about Halo Reach in Starfield?
Nope.
That
No.
there's allegedly a reaches in whatever system it's in Halo, and it's
Oh,
the
yes,
second
it is.
planet from the sun. And so in Starfield, if you go there, you can find this like lush planet full of diverse biomes.
Yes, I know the galaxy. I just haven't been there yet.
Remember Reach.
remember Reach.
I mean, there's a reason I stream the entire game in one go.
So there's two things that I want to find on that planet when I play the game. There better be a freaking helmet in the ground.
Nope, not gonna be.
And two, there better be a quest where it says objective survive.
You know, I could see that. That'd be great.
No, I have gotten an objective survive so far.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
that is a thing.
Yeah, Rev would like to have smoke screen on Ninja again too.
Huh?
Yeah, in chat.
I
didn't
really
play
wish-
Ninja back then, so no, I don't give a shit.
Fair.
I really wish they would just disable the ability that Ninja has to go invisible.
Honestly,
It
yes.
serves
It,
no
would-
mechanical purpose other than lore.
it serves no mechanical purpose, and the ability that it procs 1 out of every 17 times you proc invisibility.
So you're saying there's a chance?
The only reason to proc invisibility would be to reset your Mudra timer.
Yeah, that's it.
I'm just getting this like dragon, but with like a cow's face. As I don't know what a mudra is, but that feels like it.
Mudra is the little
It's your hand signs.
kanji symbols.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's your gang signs you gotta throw up to ninjutsu.
I just remember the joke. I can never think of Ninja without thinking of the Joe Cat video where he's just doing all the symbols. There's only 3 combos though. 'Cause what is it?
Yeah.
It's the first and the last that only care. So like, what's the difference between using 3 symbols, 5 symbols, and like 20 symbols?
If you do more than
Can
3, it
all
auto
use 3.
fails.
Oh, it auto fails. Oh,
Yeah,
Fair.
that was a little bit of comedic
okay. So that was
Yeah.
comedic. Okay.
Yeah.
on his part.
No, the only time your symbols matter is to put down your constant DPS on the ground and to give yourself a damage buff. It's the only ones you really need to use.
No,
Don't listen
there's
to that.
another one. Trick attack? Question mark?
Trick attack's not Mudra.
You need to use the thing. Oh, no, bleh. I haven't played Ninja since like Heaven's Word, so don't fucking pay attention to me then.
Yeah, trick attack's not Mudra anymore. You can buff trick attack if you have. What's it? Just swap to ninja real quick and fucking do it.
One day
Based
I'll
on-
level up Thief enough to get the job stone. One day.
It starts at 15, doesn't it? Or no, you have to be 15 to get it.
I thought it was
Oh,
30.
It starts at 1.
I thought it was 30. Did I bug it out? What? I broke it.
What'd you break?
There it is. It didn't actually register that his quest had completed.
It's just funny because Ninja is one of the most difficult classes to want to roleplay as. Like actual roleplay, not just
Yep.
like RPG playing, because you can't walk at the same speed as everyone else because Ninja gets a passive speed boost.
Yep.
And then it just seems like it's a trip to play. Rogue starts at 1. Right, no, I have Rogue. But I have to get to, what, 30?
30?
Yeah, I have to get to 30 to get the jobs done for Ninja.
And then you get to meet like probably the best antagonist for one of the class jobs
Yeah, it is.
quests. He's so extra.
I like the antagonist for the Reaper job class as well.
I haven't touched Reaper, to be honest.
Dewey,
Yeah.
I literally have more 90s than you, and I'm an ARR. Please go touch other class. Slime!
If he touches other classes, or Q time suffer.
Slime puddle. I love him. He's just a gooey little guy.
Reapers are just warriors who can take less hits. Why would I want to do that?
Like Kiwi, you get Communio.
Is this just Final Fantasy XIV's dig theory? Like how Fly is just flying type dig, Earthquake is just turn 1 dig, or just 1 turn dig with more power. Flamethrower is just special dig with a little bit of a buff. That's the only one.
Yeah.
Is this just dig theory?
Earthquake is just more accurate fissure.
I mean, no, not really. No.
I mean, Earthquake. If somebody uses Earthquake on you and they know what they're doing, it's gonna one-shot you most of the time.
So Earthquake splits between both targets is the issue. So if I'm playing VGC, right, and I'm fighting, say...
But there's VGC singles, too. So.
Incorrect. There is Smogon singles. VGC, there's no specific VGC singles. VGC is strictly doubles.
Gross.
Yes. I've been meaning to get back into playing, but I haven't even purchased the DLC for Pokemon. I'm just not feeling it. I haven't even got my Mewtwo
till
yet.
The next game. I'm gonna wait till the next game. I'm not bothering.
Yeah, I'm feeling super not
if they do another remake, I think that remake is gonna go so well that everyone's just gonna drop what they're doing with, like, even if it's super stupid and chibi-fied. Like, that's the reason I didn't buy BD. Whatever.
Oh, you want to finish that acronym? BD what, Kiwi?
I'm sorry, my burp. The nitrogen was making me burp.
Nitrogen, my beloved.
But yeah, BDSP, that's right.
Yeah.
Shining Pearl. I just didn't remember what they called the Pearl version.
Yeah, it's weird.
But that's the reason I didn't buy it, because I just didn't like the art style. Like, I'm sure it's a great remake and everything.
I mean, I enjoyed it. It was okay.
But even if it is like that again, I would take that over another game where they're like, let's test the limits of the Nintendo Switch.
It actually, like doing online battles just actually made my head hurt from the dropping frame rate. And I was on like a new Switch. Like a new Switch.
I still have
Tell Dragon Spit I said hi. She's doing an awesome job.
I don't have like the I don't have like the OLED Switch or anything. I just have the first gen.
I got an OLED and it's been having issues, which is so wild to me. Gen 2.
Gen
Mark 2.
After the controversy with like Breath of the Wild bricking people's Switches.
You probably have a Mark 2, because the Mark 1 was the original, which is easier to homebrew. The Mark 2 is what we were on until the OLED.
Yeah, I'll give Nitro Pepsi a solid 8 out of 10. Would buy again.
Honestly, at this point, I don't want Pokemon. I really would like Pokemon to go back to more of an old style. I honestly think that like
a lot of games.
Arceus is probably where they're going to max out. But the issue is that they're going to run onto hardware limitations a lot sooner than they're recognizing, or maybe they even recognize it. It feels like because they have to mass produce the hardware in the way they do, and having to cut corners, quote unquote, is not the word I'm going to use, but it gets the point across. It is leading to weird interactions.
The Nintendo Switch 2, for lack of a better word, I know they're going to name it something better than that eventually, but
allegedly, the test kit's already out. Allegedly,
I think if they made it thicker to pack more hardware in it, people wouldn't really mind.
I want my new Switch as thick as she go. That's the one. Everyone in chat dislikes that. PC. I don't know. I don't see Nintendo ever being a PC platform. I think that would conflict too much with their bottom line. I know you're here.
I mean, I was still super upset when they axed the 3DS.
Yeah, well, and they're still updating it, so a lot of homebrewers actually had their systems run into issues because Nintendo keeps throwing stuff.
Just, like, I can understand where they wanted to go with it. It's like, well, instead of having a home console and having a portable console, let's just make it the same thing.
I think it was so the Wii U was effectively just a prototype Switch. They just needed a console release in there, and it effectively did do its job. It beta tested what would be the Switch.
It just sucks because they released a brand new 3DS, unironically called the new 3DS, right before the Switch released. Full well knowing that they were going to axe the 3DS down the line.
Well, I mean, 3DS had a expiration date. Like, I had new 3DS XL is what actually mine is. I got mine back in like 2014 or so, I think. It's the Zelda edition, not Majora's Mask, but the one I think it was the Link Between Worlds edition. Actually, it has the cool Triforce crest on it. The B button's starting to go though after all these years. I've pressed it too many times doing Pokemon. Is there because of? I think that too. Yeah, because it was an easily concealable, easily transportable console. I don't know. I just
Did you
have.
say concealable?
I mean, it kind of is though. What's your EDC? Pulls out Nintendo Switch. Oh, whoa.
Full size Friday?
Full size Friday. Rev pulls out the big chonky PS3.
I don't think I ever owned a PS3.
That's actually interesting because 14 was on it.
Yes. Guess what I was playing 14 on?
PS3?
PC.
Oh, fair enough.
Oh, hey, look, Yugiri.
Yeah. Yugiri been doing things. She's about to cut a bitch. Dubious Adventurer. That is a name. This chick is about to be like, it's treason then.
I think that's a uniquely modeled mask, Rev, on Yugiri.
Yes, it is.
Because that mask exists in game, kinda, but it doesn't have the cutouts for the horns. Strange. We don't have that on the Mog Station.
We'll get Yugiri eventually. They just gave us Ice Heart, so Yugiri is probably next.
This reminds me of the Genshin Primo Gem thing in the store. When you used to buy like Fischl's outfit. Someone today actually pointed out that like Kip, you literally have Fischl's color palette, and I had to think that I had to stop for a second, and I got a little bit of emotional damage.
Nah, you're right.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm like, wait a minute.
You're just missing a crow.
I mean, we can make this happen. Look at this idiot with the fucking wizard hat. Look at them. Look at him. Didn't know what they wanted Aura to look like at this time. Did they not? Wait, were Aura not playable at this time?
Nope. Aura
Wild.
were exclusive to Heavensward.
Yes.
Oh, interesting.
We didn't know if we were going to be lizards or not.
What do you do now? I have to go fight the Pope.
You just.
And we're gonna be, excuse me, we're gonna be pulling an Assassin's Creed 2 where we fist fight the Pope again.
Yeah, if you're going to do that fight as a monk.
I never actually got to do that fight because I had to backtrack and get all the stupid pages. So my old playthrough of Assassin's Creed was never actually finished. I might have to go through on stream and do it at some point.
I thought that one was feathers.
I am now obligated to introduce myself with a German title. How does one cannot assign themselves a title? Like I could not call myself Kip Sama. Second, I actually don't know any German titles. I have no idea how that works over there. Or at least how it works in language in general, actually. German has honorifics, right? That's a big dragon.
Yeah.
Yes?
Air.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how to, like, process
Hey.
this.
Hey, Rathalos.
Mr. Kip Dingus, that's the one. We didn't get female Aura who looks like their buff concept art. What does the encyclopedia say about buff Aura?
It doesn't.
That doesn't.
Oh.
An encyclopedia is about stuff that's in the game, not content.
Yeah, if you want the concept art, you got to buy the art books, which are a different purchase that I'm not doing.
But they come with stuff.
Speaking of concept art, I know somebody who is always legitimately mad that they never made Hive look like their concept art.
Yeah, we didn't get Moth Mommies.
Well, we have Savathun, but that's
Well, yeah,
about
but
it.
that's an Moth Mommy. That's not the Moth Mommy. Or, you know what I'm saying?
But they were all supposed to look like different insects, not just moths.
I think that came down to modeling limitations.
Well, it maybe came down to modeling limitations, but also just kind of like screen bloat. If it were like, it's a lot easier to look at a pack of thralls chasing you down with
Yeah.
all the same sort of like
Aesthetic, yeah.
models instead of like 4 or 5 different types of like rank and file enemies trying to attack you at the same
Right.
time.
And then you get to like the moon where it's the Scarlet Brood versus Savathun's Brood, the Lucent Hive versus regular everyday hive we've been fighting, and even the Wrathborn, right? You get the variations, right? The different phenotypes if it were. But yeah, having them kind of uniform helps with game design.
Oh, Kip, since we're getting close, I'm just going to ask, synced or unsynced?
We can't sync it with 3 people.
Yeah.
So that just means we'd be sitting in Duty Finder.
We'll
We
do
have a
it.
tank.
We'll do it. I mean, we can do synced. I just don't know the mechanics, so
The only
my big
mechanic
one.
you have to worry about is when she starts spinning around the arena. At a certain moment, you have to do an emote.
yeah. I was trying to.
Yes.
I was about to ask. I know there's an emote thing that I have to do.
Yes, you have to do the emote.
Strongly. That is quite the description there. I kind of dig it. Oh, didn't realize I was still in Mordana. Whoops. Okay, I have 1.1 mil still.
More than me.
Where's my 1.0 Minfilia? Damn it. No, not this new Minfilia.
If you want to go see 1.0 Minfilia, just go back to Ul'dah.
Fair. Bird? Horse bird. Oh no, he has a mustache. Oh no, he's gonna be evil.
No, he's only got a mustache. He doesn't have a goatee.
Oh, okay, okay. No, then he's fine.
Yeah.
Minfilia, am I right?
Yeah, there's art of her. I hardly know her. I know there's art of her. There's no way there's not. There's no way.
Who?
Her or the
Another,
miqo'te?
I bid you welcome to Revenant's Toll, and to thank you for traveling so far on such short notice.
Fair enough, Last Night Walker. Yeah, I don't know who this strange.
Moonbreeder is an accomplished Arlean scholar and an authority on aetherite
Oh,
technologies.
Moonbreeder.
She has played an invaluable role in our search for a means to capture Arcean souls.
Charmed, I'm
It's
sure.
not really a spoiler. I'm pretty sure she's gonna say her name.
She literally
5
just did.
seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's art of her. That's all the context I'm giving. There's gotta be. Like, there's no way. There's no way there's not. Moonbride, by the way, makes sense.
Yes, people do like their tall, strong women.
Okay, it's in Rising Stones again. No, allegedly, the alleged rule. That definitely
Prey
doesn't
returns to
exist.
the Rising Stones.
Cart! Kiwi, where's your cart?
In the shop.
What? No, it's talking
In the
about your.
shop.
You're talking about your 14 mount. What happened to your car?
Yeah, it's in the shop.
It's in the shop.
What?
It's in the shop.
Like the Mog shop? Mog station?
No. It's in the shop.
I'm so lost.
It doesn't run currently.
I'm so lost.
Rev's working on it.
Yeah, I'm working on it. It needs a lot of work.
It's a mount. What?
Engine needs to be rebuilt. Fucking oil pan's leaking.
Now I know you're
Needs new
gas.
brakes.
Now I know you're gaslighting me.
God, it's fucking dense.
Moon! Gods, it's been ages!
It him, the small. It Papa Sean.
Longer, sister.
No
Kid
wait,
being as dense as a
No.
gas giant.
not Papa Sean. That's Papa
Confirmed.
Limo.
A joyous reunion indeed.
Are you not blind yet?
Well, of course it is. Moon and
Save in appearance.
That's how you piss
and
off every
attitude.
14 fan. I can't believe that just slipped out.
I like green eyes, Shola.
No, her green eyes are actually really cool. They look like Mako infused eyes from 7.
She's not mommy yet, though. So
Who has come from Sharlayan to assist us.
She's not mommy until she tells you to go to your room.
What?
Oh yeah, right, Kip. There is a rule when it comes to Y'shtola.
Oh.
That doesn't
Whenever you-
become relevant till Shadowbringers, but
Whenever you talk to Y'shtola, you have to sass Y'shtola.
I mean, yeah.
if it gives you the dialogue options between 3 things, you always have to go with the sassy option.
Yeah, this makes sense.
Well, I had to come, didn't I? You'd have to be bloody daft to turn your nose up at a chance like this. Where better to conduct my final tests than a land so
I wonder if that
steeped
dye
in
exists,
ether
the
you
blue.
can taste it.
It does.
yes, it does.
The passage of the years hath done little to dampen thy youthful spirit.
Every time I hear ARR or Yanshe, it's just Devrim K. All I hear is Devrim K.
I don't know, Drifters and fucking Starfield.
Form thy youthful manner.
Of course he is.
Does he have the coin?
He does have an coin.
Yeet!
Oriange, where in the hells have you been hiding?
Unhand me.
Awful.
I come all this way, and that's what you have to say to me. I much preferred when you were pleading with me to drop everything and hurry to your side. What was it you said? None save thee can satisfy this need.
Awful. The face in the background.
Go on.
Thancred, please!
Thine artless
He,
attempts to misrepresent mine all too innocent motives do thee little credit.
Urianger has obtained emotional damage.
Mine intent, as well thou knowest, was but to impress upon thee the gravity of the circumstance. Lest thou doubt, a deiform entity shall shortly be summoned, save if thou and no other grantest my compeers thine aid.
You still haven't found it then, your missing aetherite?
We have not. No. We know that Iceheart teleported to an aetherite not far from the first. Yet even after careful analysis, we could not locate the second beacon. We now suspect that the heretics destroyed the second aetherite to impede our pursuit. Our allies continue to scour Snowcloak for Iceheart's sanctuary, but we have no guarantee that they will find it. Yet it must be found, for even now Iceheart prepares to call upon Saint Shiva.
Not in front of everyone will start talking. Yeah, that was exactly what that was.
I'm sorry, but if the aetherite's been destroyed, then that's that. Although, you're absolutely sure she used the first aetherite, are you? She didn't just use teleportation magics?
One of our own bore witness to her escape. I can say with absolute certainty that Iceheart used the aetherite.
In that case, there might be a way, so long as the ethereal current is still flowing.
Truly.
We use the current to recreate the beacon. As you know, aetherites are a bit like lighthouses. We use them to reconstitute our physical forms when crossing the ethereal sea. Without them, we'd lose all sense of direction, and our essence would disappear.
Damn it, Kip, you've got me in the mood for pizza tonight.
Eat pizza, goddammit.
There are currents of ether which
I don't
flow
have
between
pizza
them.
at home. I have to
Currents which
order
help
it.
guide us to our
I had to get
destination.
Pizza Hut. I in fact
These
pizzaed the
currents
hut.
will gradually dwindle away to none
I don't
when
mind
the aetherite
Pizza
is
Hut.
destroyed.
I don't think it's greatest, but
It
like,
was acceptable.
Could theoretically use it to direct a surge
nobody
of
out
concentrated
pizzas the
ether
hut.
towards
Well, you know
the
what?
left
What
by
about
the
Little
beacon,
Caesars?
and
It's hot
thereby
and
fill
it's
it up
ready.
again.
I like Little Caesars.
I actually do as well.
Like opening the floodgates.
I
to
prefer
a
the deep,
riverbed.
like the Detroit
Correct
style
me if I'm wrong,
pizza they have, but
but
like
would we not
if
need
it's
a
in front of
veritable
me,
reservoir of
ether.
I'll still eat the normal pizza they
In
make.
concert, we might manage to channel a sufficient volume, yet that is not my chief concern.
I mean, I did have me some pineapple pizza
To
tonight. It was pretty
directly
good.
flow So great a volume of ether with the requisite precision would be a
I've got that
nigh impossible
McD's.
task in itself.
These
The
nuts.
fuck you had McD's? You're having
I barely
spaghetti, Rev.
succeeded in facilitating
I'm
travel
eating McDonald's right now.
beacon.
Why aren't you eating
What would
spaghetti?
describe sounds
Because I finished the
considerably more
spaghetti.
difficult.
When? You said you were gonna eat that for like the next week.
Fuck it. I'll
I've
get
been
Pizza
eating
Hut.
it for 2 meals a day for the last 4.
Okay, so you haven't eaten it
And
for approximately a
dangerous.
week.
Every person who has
Yeah.
attempted to teleport in this fashion has died in the process. They, however, did not have white aura sight at their disposal. I can use it to channel all the ether you can give me into the etherite. However, white aura sight cannot retain ether for an extended period.
Do I
of
just want to
time.
have normal
would need to infuse it
indigestion, or do I
immediately
want to have indigestion that'll keep me up all night?
Extreme indigestion.
Just
We're
so you know,
talking
Okay,
like
so-
mom
so
scared
meat lovers
ER.
then.
Than even odds of success. And if the worst comes to worst, your people won't suffer.
Pan crust.
You need
Yes,
to
I
get
love that.
you need to get a small
Though
pineapple
it
pizza to
risks the
try it.
lives of our best and brightest. We have
Classic
not the time
sauce.
to seek
I have
interruptions.
tried pineapple on pizza.
If
I
the
don't like
ethereal
warm
current still
pineapple.
flows,
That's my problem with it. I don't enjoy warm pineapple.
You know,
It
I can
tastes
see that
much
though.
better cold.
I can
That's the
actually
spirit.
I could see
Let's
that.
roll the dice.
Like pineapple pizza the next day after it's been in the fridge all night, that's the best.
Bomb.
Ugh.
It do be. A lot of people don't like it because it's a fruit. I've had weird dessert pizzas. We're talking like cinnamon vanilla pizzas. Those are kind of funny. There used to be a pizza place in Idaho called Primo's Pizza, and that was kind of their thing, is that they were like a buffet style, take slices of pizza. They keep pizza coming out, and they had like dessert specialty pizzas. It was kind of cool.
Pizza Hut also used to do Oreo pizza.
God, that sounds hot.
I've
I
seen
would eat that.
PB&J pizza.
I'd eat it.
I could eat.
It's
I would eat
literally
that.
just peanut butter and jelly on a different form of bread. So
Minute of our delivery. Oh boy, Corinthus again, my beloved.
pizza is
Tomatoes are
Almost.
fruits. That means ketchup's a smoothie.
Ketchup is further.
So you know what slaps? So you know the My Ploy like sweet chili sauce you can get in the Asian section at a grocery store, right? Glass bottle sweet chili sauce. I throw that shit on mac and cheese. I've done it for years. It is just, it's like you'd think it'd be weird, but it actually is really good.
pizza has been ordered.
Meat lovers, my beloved.
Speaking of which, I gotta remember to send Kip this stuff so he can actually try it. Next time you go to the
Carolina
Asian
sauce?
section.
Oh,
No, I gotta make that stuff. No, next time you go to the Asian section, just grab a jar of the stuff. It goes good on everything.
Hell yeah, I'll have to do that. I need to make a way to the Asian market specifically soon, because they have stuff that I can't get anywhere else. That tomato.
that just reminds me like where the entire country just became obsessed with sriracha for like half a year.
Make everyone cringe not only from the length but also the butchery. I appreciate this Might Walker. It is a noble quest.
To this day, I still have not tried sriracha. Just
And
because
now
I
you
don't
can't.
really care.
Speaking
What?
of,
And now
Oh.
you can't.
Why not?
because because it's super expensive now. People are scalping it.
Oh,
The company that makes it is having issues, so they're not making it right now.
Yeah.
oh.
If you watch Jordan the Stallion, you'd know how to make your own.
Why would I ever make my own condiments?
Because tastes better? Question mark.
Or you can just buy more expensive condiments that have proper ingredients in them.
How could
Question
you?
mark?
How could you?
Like, motherfucker, I could just go to downtown and go to Whole Foods and buy some fancy ass sauce from there that costs like $30 a bottle.
Bet you're gonna get Cranch. You're one of those Cranch people, aren't you?
I fucking hate Cranch. I hate ranch in general.
Ranch.
How? Rev doesn't. Do you not know what Cranch is?
Is that the ketchup ranch thing?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's literally just special sauce with less steps.
I don't know. When I made fry sauce, we put like pickle juice in it. Kind of great.
Gross.
It was the recipe we did at the restaurant I worked at. It had like pickle juice in it.
I enjoy most vinegar-based sauces, so like ketchup.
Oh, you would have loved the stupid Carolina sauce I had when I went to barbecue last. It was nothing but vinegar.
No, I don't enjoy hot sauces that are just vinegar.
No, it was just vinegar. Like there's nothing else to it. It was just vinegar. Like, and it's.
I have had sauces that were just vinegar. I had hot wings at Cheesecake Factory, and it literally just tasted like chicken wings coated in vinegar.
Chimkin. That wouldn't
white aura site.
That would in fact be how you would measure stats with tomatoes. You are correct. White aura site. It'll never come back again in the story, I'm sure. Let's go! Said Daddy Kipwums. What? I totally didn't even see that last night, Walker. Dragon Spit is truly next level. I really did enjoy seeing her debut with Kitsu. I've been popping into Kitsu's stream early and saying hi. She's just absolutely legendary.
Do people not know that Cheesecake Factory serves food?
Apparently. Because I've gone there a few times, but I do know it's more on the expensive side of things when I was going. But I mean, like, it does serve food. It is, for all intents and purposes, a kitchen.
Like, they got a whole dang ass menu just because it's called that. I mean, I get the confusion,
It
but
got specialty.
Like, it's been around long enough to where people should know that it's just like going to a fancier Chili's, I guess.
No, how do I describe it?
It's fancier Chili's.
It's not. It's really not fancier Chili's. It's a little more than that. It's like. No, I was gonna say Sizzler, but it's not that.
Speaking of which, the Sizzler, the last one in Idaho, is gone now.
It's not. No way.
Yes, it is.
No way. Did it actually shut down?
This last week. Yep.
Oh my god. I mean, to be fair, the last time I went to a Sizzler in Idaho, it wasn't necessarily most bueno. It was aggressively mid. Let's put it that way.
And my mom went there when we just moved here because we like Sizzler. We've had Sizzler in California before.
Right.
I ordered the steak and the all-you-can-eat popcorn shrimp.
Yeah.
The size of my steak was literally like the size of a Canadian bacon from like McDonald's.
Yeah. It's wild, isn't it?
Like in circumference, at least.
All right. What emote am I doing? And let's just do it unsynced.
You just choose whichever emote you want. Pick one.
Pick a random emote.
Yeah. I don't know if Rev's actually.
I'm here. Give me a moment.
No, he's not. He's ordering ordering pineapple pizza. I knew it. Can't escape it. Which one is
apparently it? And it's fairly popular in India. Pizza Hut has a cheeseburger pizza.
Cheeseburger?
Which is weird because cow, but yes.
I could see a cheeseburger pizza working though. I could see it. You know, here's what we need to do. Are you ready for this? You take pizza, then you cook up a patty, and then you use the pizza, you slap it together on the patty. So then you have the buns as pizza with the cheese and stuff facing in the middle. It's perfect. I'm gonna take it nobody likes that.
I'm just being silent because this nitrogen Pepsi is hitting my digestive tract different.
It hit. Oh boy. It's plot relevance.
You should never have come here, warrior of.
This is probably one of the most important.
A lasting peace.
primals,
A peace
at least
you would
from
deny
Realm
us
Reborn,
out of ignorance and
because it does have relevance.
Yeah.
No matter. If it is our fate to be at odds, then it is mine to strike you down.
Never should have come here. What? Nani?
We whom gods and men have forsaken shall be the instruments
Skyrim
of
music
our
plays?
own deliverance.
Rayloff, wake up. You're awake.
Of my flesh. Fill this vessel with your light. Walk amongst your brothers and sisters once more.
It's just a calzone. But no, it's different. You take pizza slices to do it.
Still the hatred within our hearts and bless us with eternal grace.
I mean, she does look different than 7's version that I'm used to. All right, Rev, when are you getting the Shiva emote?
When you give me $800 to buy the statue?
Most people who have the statue have already used the
Right.
I'm aware.
Right.
I mean, if we're getting the cloud hair back,
We're not.
we might.
People would
We are.
people people would throw a fit if everyone was able to
It's
have
already
it.
confirmed it's coming back.
How?
It's a contest reward.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah, that's more fair then. I'm like, if they were just gonna put it in
But
the
there's a
mod
lot of
stone.
winners. There's gonna be thousands of winners.
It's like 10,000 winners.
That's good.
Oh, Kip's streams. Failed.
Assuming it was that,
Restart.
yeah. No, fuck you. I was waiting for what it was, but I didn't hear anybody, so I'm just like, all right. You're in the game. What do you mean?
All right, we're done.
Okay, I get that. I saw you guys emoted. I saw that. Dead. DED.
Cool, and now we have another horse to get Kip. This is the last horse Kip needs.
No, I need Nightmare.
Okay.
Woo. That was fun. So how does Extreme differ then?
Absolutely nothing.
So they tease us with Leviathan where the entire arena changes, but Shiva doesn't? I mean, I guess that's fair.
She just hits like a truck.
Yeah.
Fool. Blind, bloody fool.
Air Force one time.
Air Force fun time? That does not sound good.
You, of all people, should understand the
My favorite
suffering
minigame in the Gold
one
Saucer
gets.
just popped.
Oh.
No sacrifice is too great
Oh,
if
I need
it
to leave.
brings an end to the violence. Mine is the righteous cause. You fight in a war you do not understand, a pawn of liars and schemers. And they are no less ignorant than you, following the creed of their fathers without question, never thinking to ask why.
Game was rigged from the start.
Trapped in a delusion of their own creation and blind to the truth. Warrior of light, redemption is not beyond us. We who walk before may lead those who walk after. Seek the keeper of the lake. See with eyes unclouded. Do not squander Mother's gift.
She's still alive.
Feel, think,
We'll see her at some point. I don't know when. We'll see her at some point. Cool location we never visit again. Got him.
And so the vessel withdraws. A predictable outcome.
Your mask looks weird, homie.
Nevertheless, La Habrea will be pleased. How unfortunate.
I just want the traditional Ascian armor in the game. That's all I want.
It'll never happen. Well, Pint has it, right?
Rev.
What?
Ice Heart's attire is $12. I don't know if they changed it. Also, apparently we have a superhero landing emote now.
Yes, and people are using it to meme the shit out of Dragoons. Because if you make a macro using the superhero landing emote and play dead, you literally backflip and slam into the ground like Dragoons do.
Oh my god. Our Dragoons backflip every other class now. Our backflip?
Oh, they're still advertising that. Interesting.
The summer event?
No, the immerse spatial audio.
Yeah.
That's right. You actually don't know about that. You can technically pay a monthly fee to have better audio in this game.
Interesting.
It's weird.
I paid for it for like a month. It was interesting.
Like, is it that different? Is it that good?
If you have like studio level headphones, it matters.
Yeah, if you have good headphones, you can tell like directional sound is way better.
Interesting. I'll have to wait till I get a studio set then.
I can recommend you like a good pair of like studio headphones. They're only like $36 last time I checked.
All right, now I gotta get my fucking, because I do audio work, I gotta go get my fucking like $400 pair, and I'm just holding off.
Gross.
Yeah.
You don't need $400 headphones unless you're listening.
That's what
stuff,
what I do.
Mixing music.
Well, I have to listen to audio and peaks and stuff.
Then may I recommend Sennheiser HD 600s?
Sennheiser, got them. I actually heard they're a really good brand.
It's like the brand, yeah. There's also Audio Technica, but I think they may have been acquired by Samsung. I can't remember. So
possibly.
Quality may vary.
I wish for better outcome. Music just completely stopped in game. The check ran out and didn't quite actually pick up again. I'm assuming that I'm close to the next checkpoint. By checkpoint, I mean technically what the last update.
4 more.
So I figured I could start that next one, and then either I'll hop into Prey, do a round, or maybe I'll do a round of Prey, or I can go do Shiva.
What, you don't want to grind out Crystal Tower tonight as well?
It's 3 hours I don't have.
I mean, it's only 8 o'clock.
It's 3 hours. RP, that's 3 hours and a half. I could probably finish the actual storyline tonight because it doesn't actually.
Finish the actual storyline of what?
So we have this, and then we have one more story after this, and then it'll gate you until you finish Crystal. No, you can finish the next one before Crystal Tower. Maybe? Weird.
To get to 2-5, you have to do Crystal Tower.
Gross. That's like 40 quests.
It's 6.
Why does it take me 3 hours?
Because Crystal Tower alliance raids are long.
Oh, I guess that's fair.
Alliance raids have like what? 6 to 8 bosses?
6 to 8 encounters, yes.
Let me see where I'm at when I finish this quest line.
We can also attempt to 3-man it.
We could do that and make it a little faster.
Impossible.
It's just that during alliance raids, since you haven't been a part of them, sometimes they require you guys to split up, so you will be responsible for doing things correctly.
Impossible.
Or we could bully Tamsin into joining us.
Or we could just go. Well, you can, there's a queue for it right, in roulettes, right?
There's a queue, yes.
There is a queue, yes, but that means then it's going to take like 45 minutes per run.
I mean, I do need to get official. I don't know. It's up to you guys.
Yeah,
I'm
we'll
fine.
just roll that out.
I'm not going to do it.
What do you mean you're not going to do it?
I'm not going to roulette it.
Can't believe Kiwi doesn't even do Crystal Conflicts.
I'm going to work tomorrow. I'm not staying that one.
On behalf of the Holy See of Ishgard, allow me to express my...
I'm not some strummer that can sleep in till fucking 12 p.m.
That's generous. Try 4.
That our knights might not be equal to the task.
4 p.m. Wow.
From what we have now learned of these beings, I can say with certainty that we would have lost a great many men had the Scions not intervened.
Like that his hair is on his face.
Preemptive action should be self-evident. Perchance now you will reconsider my proposal that Ishgard move against Natalan.
Nope.
Ere we first met, a similar proposal was taken.
Oh, for the longest time, right?
That we were to
Did you know that I used to think Iceheart and Nibriale were the same character?
I did as well, to be fair.
Their color palettes are just that
All
similar.
things considered, it was not an unreasonable decision. Since the calamity, 2 vigils have fallen to the Horde, while Garuda has never shown any inclination to storm the gates of judgment.
Got him.
Which is why this unprecedented crisis and its resolution may prompt a change in policy. You who have faced these primals know well the threat they pose. Ishgard...
Rev, audio's bleeding through your mic.
Got him.
Is naught like a brush with death to change
Yes.
a man's outlook.
At the very least, this should silence any lingering objections to our arrangement with Revenant's Toll. The Holy See may even feel moved to grant us its formal endorsement.
So far as it is possible, the Scions shall be compensated for their service.
We should be grateful for any aid you can provide.
As a gesture of good faith, I shall withdraw my previous request. Your people are doubtless needed elsewhere.
That will not be necessary. We too have a vested interest in watching Dravania's movements.
I see. Once more, I must thank you.
Sir Emmerich, if I may, do you truly believe that Midgard-Zoma could return?
That is not how that's pronounced.
The heavens are a window unto truth.
That's not how what is pronounced.
Midgardsimer is how he said it.
Not infallible. I requested
Yeah,
your
Midgardsimer.
I'm pretty sure that's not how that's pronounced.
There's
But of course, you sought an excuse to compensate us from the first, mindful of what would happen if Revenant's Toll were taken by your enemies.
Midgardsimer is how you pronounce it.
Is it? Just doesn't sound. Doesn't look like it would be. I was expecting more of like. How do I describe it? More like German or Norse vocal pattern, if that makes sense. Pronunciation.
Choose your next words carefully.
Got him.
That's
Do you
how
know
a
what
French
sort of
person
man
would say it.
becomes Lord Commander of the Temple Knights? One who comes from good stock. I did not. Yet here I am. Why do you suppose that is?
Well, it's funny. They're all supposed to
Because
be
I
French
swiftly learned to
elves,
tell the
but they
difference
have
between words,
like
deeds,
British voice
and
actors.
beliefs. You are correct, Master Levio. Ishgard desires to see Revenant's toll flourish, as it would present a troublesome obstacle to our enemies from the south.
We are so glad to be of use to you.
As we are to you. Ours is a mutually beneficial arrangement, lest we forget, one born of necessity. The dragons grow more restless by the day, and the heretics harry us nigh without cease. We have contended with such troubles for centuries, but there are limits to even our endurance. Yet as a pauper is loath to part with his meager possessions, the leaders of Ishgard are not wont to render up their trust to outsiders.
Drink her, thank you.
But with perseverance on our part, they may yet be made to see the light.
Hey, Shady, how's it going?
Nevertheless, one must take care when walking the road less traveled.
Wise words, Sir Emmerich. I shall make a point to remember them. I must apologize for my earlier outburst. I hope it will not sour our good relations.
Alphina's gonna get smacked by somebody.
You but spoke from the heart. I trust you understand that at times my duties may prevent me from meeting with you. On such occasions, my second in command will speak for me.
Lucia, at your service. Pray excuse our reticence. We are but wary of speaking too freely, lest our sentiments be made known to our enemies. Know that the Lord Commander and I are of one mind. For the sake of Ishgard, and of Eorzea at large, I pray our peoples can put aside their differences.
Yeah, I definitely saw the Game of Thrones isms
Those
going
who
through
dwell in the
initial
past risk losing sight of their future.
Corythus.
Should aught befall one of our shipments?
What do you
pray
mean
inform
Game of
Lucia
Thronesisms? This
You
game
may
came
also
out
write her
before
any
Game of
words you might
Thrones.
have for me alone.
Well, no, but I mean like the politics, all of that the Game of Thrones is known for. I see it in Corythus. What I mean by that statement.
Not being of Ishgardian birth, she owes no allegiance to any noble house, making her as near to incorruptible as one can find in my homeland. Suffice it to say, I trust her completely, and so may you. Which reminds me, Lord Orchefort, if you would be so kind.
Certainly.
In times such as these, trust is ever in short supply. Mayhap this will go some way to rectify the problem. The results of our investigation into the heretics' recent attacks, as well as our interrogation of the merchant you detained.
Sir Emmerich, I cannot thank you enough.
Don't ask what we did to the merchant.
Think nothing of it. Ishgard may be many things, but it is no friend to Garlemald.
Did I not tell you to have faith, my friend?
Cool. I'm just enjoying the voice acting because I've had to go through so much of Final Fantasy at this point without voice acting. Rising Stones. Even if all precedent is necessary to complete reprisal of the primal threat. Single Imperial Legion. All, yeah, that makes sense. Oh. I mean, it's cool from a lore standpoint because it's not just, you know, Ifrit, it's not just Titan, it's not just the Beast Tribes. It is persons can invoke primals, potentially even use their own body as vessel for the said primals.
Saw that with Bahamut.
Did we?
Louis Swa.
Yeah, but he was under. He was just dominated by Bahamut. At least that's how I read that.
Phoenix.
Well, yeah, he
Himself over Phoenix.
yeah, he became Phoenix, not necessarily. He didn't invoke Phoenix into himself.
He gave himself over to the power of Phoenix.
I still think there's a little bit of a difference, but that definitely makes sense. From Belgium. Yeah, welcome. How's it going? No, you're totally fine. I put them up the VOD channels for a reason. Don't mess up your schedule. Good to hear you. Hope it's going well in Belgium over there. Hi, how's it going? Drevjin? I had to like actually look at the name.
Well express how glad I am to see you return to us hale and whole.
The voice acting I'm really enjoying. I can't wait to see where it goes from here.
To hear your account of that which occurred in Kurthis, assuming you're ready to speak of it. Excellent. I shall summon the others
Dragons.
at once.
Yeah. It makes sense that the Garlands and them have issues with each other.
Iceheart used her own body as a vessel for a primal soul?
It was the red, because it's a red tinge. That's what got me.
Can we be certain this entity was a primal?
As certain as we can be that good King Mogulmog the 12th was a primal, I should think. Both
Wait.
were ostensibly summoned.
Wait, did he just say Mogulmog? It's what I've been saying Mooglmog this whole time. Have I totally been saying it wrong?
Let's not quibble over definitions. Of more concern is the implication that Iceheart retained her will, even after she was possessed. We are talking about a mortal, wielding the power of a primal.
It can't possibly be that easy, can it? There must be some sort of sacrifice required. Or maybe she's just special?
Does Mogul instead of Mooglmog? Yeah.
What qualities this
The King
woman
Mooglmog?
possesseth, I know not, but full sure am I.
I'm still gonna say Mooglmog. It's messing with me.
Few are privy to the secrets of summoning. And
Not
but
even
a
giving
single
your
party
good king the
standeth
respect
to
you think he
profit from their
deserves.
Good King Mooglmog the 12th. May his name ever live in glory.
Well, I wouldn't presume to comment on how the lass came to know about summoning, but I will say that what she summoned was a primal. The readings were the same, or near as damn it. Strange as it all sounds, it's really no different from what you faced before.
Mooglmog, yeah.
Then maybe
Mogulmog. Oh my
it's time
god.
that we
It's-
re-examined our
I hate it.
previous
I hate it here. I hate it here.
Oh, pack your things, Ida. We're going back to Gridania.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just something about Moogle just makes sense to me. I've only ever heard it Moogle, but now I'm hearing it Mogul and it's messing with me.
Words to you. Hear, feel, think. Hydaelyn speaks to her as well. If Iceheart is blessed with the power of the Echo, she will doubtless have used it to further her goals. Or could it be that it was a revelation granted her by the Echo which first set her on this path? She did say that the
What's you gonna go? It's going pretty well. I did Praetorium and then I decided to hop on this.
Origins of the Ishgardian-Dravanian War. It would do much to explain her unwavering conviction.
Did not the lady
His name is Mogul. His species is a Moogle. Okay, that makes sense now. That makes a little more sense. Thank you for that.
With eyes unclouded.
Midgard-Zoma was a king amongst kings who reigned for centuries on end. But he is dead and his wisdom lost to the ages. Unless the Ishgardians' fears are well founded, it would seem we have yet another reason to stand watch over the Keeper of the Lake. For a mercy, we are well positioned to do so.
When are we fighting the stupid dragon?
Shiva, Ascians, and Midgard-Zoma.
In about 6
I
plus.
shudder to think.
Wait, how? That
Fight the dragon in 2.5.
oh, thought this was gonna be a Heavensward thing.
Wow. Literally like 4th quest in the next update.
Fair enough. Well, I can't even get to the next update, right?
You might be able to. I don't know. I'll double check. If so, we're just going to do the next update, and then we'll do Crystal Tower next stream. Because that might actually be a last stream.
Yeah, Crystal Tower is one of those that, like... No, let's see where I'm at after this. Because if I have to sit through 3 hours, I mean, I could do it. I'm gonna have to take breaks and grab water. I'm definitely gonna have to do that.
Oh, yes.
It's also getting the number of players to actually do the Crystal Tower.
Oh, Crystal Tower is always run. That's on roulette.
Hmm.
Crystal Tower plus line.
Cool. The captive has now escaped because NPC behavior. When that's a valid criticism for, like, why did this quest happen? Oh, you know, just NPC behavior. I've been really debating. I need to wait for Oblivion to go on sale again because I need to get rid of my copy on Steam and actually buy the, like, super deluxe version because you can't upgrade because it old Steam game. And so that way I have all the DLC, and then I actually have to work on modding it to, there's like a 21 gigabyte AI upscale texture pack that I've been very much wanting to try.
Okay, so we're able to do the next update. Crystal Towers between next update and Heaven's Ward.
Okay.
We're good.
Figure I can at least bust through that.
You're fight the dirty fucking... Yeah, the next update's only 8 quests, and 2 of them are fights.
I mean, at the very least, it'll stop me. It'll say I have to do, or I don't have the quest requirements.
Yeah. It'll say you need to wear a quest before.
You have to understand, my hatred of quests comes from RuneScape, where everything is quest locked. Like, the amount of quests that are required to get to Regicide and Regicide, Plague's End, stuff like that. And then, God, after you have Prif, then it was like, oh, well, then you need all these other quests to start feeding into how you get Soul Split, which is necessary for just bossing and just content in general, I would argue. It's questing. Let's look at soldiers here. Your walkthrough did not miss here. We have Robon's decisions. Single flank garrison may attempt to detain her. Astrum. Okay, she is trying to... Yes, those that have been longtime kit viewers know what happens when the RuneScape button is pushed. Because I will rant for a solid while. I actually haven't even gone back since Necromancy was an update. Like, I could probably make a decent... I could have probably made a decent amount of money making overloads for people. But I just haven't had the time. It truly is a second job, and I already have that in Destiny every week that I begrudgingly do Crotas. I'm not playing this weekend on Destiny, though. I'm not playing this weekend because of that bug. And if we're even thinking about a server rollback, I don't want to, like, you know, go get more Oversoul Essence from Crotas or get something from King's Fall and then have it fall through because we had to, you know, roll back servers. Not really feeling that. Most side quests are maybe 4 to 5 quests long. Dining with people, yeah, which I do appreciate in comparison. We cut him down. I start screaming. Well, it's good to see you here. I appreciate that. We just beat Shiva, yes, Queen. Oh, she's actually going to go down with the fight. Okay. Okay, I'll be fine. I'm synced down for this, actually, to be fair. Actually sync down. Should probably do some ad clear really quick.
You have 4 tanks and then fine.
I mean, my job is literally just press ruin, to be fair. My whole thing is press ruin 2. Did it work? No, press ruin 2. Am I out of mana? Hit lucid dreaming. What else do I do? You're going to press ruin 2.
Press 5 in there at some point as well.
I mean, yeah. Aether charge, get my primals if I need them. Oh, hey, magic hands. Remember when they used to throw you? I never experienced them grabbing me, but I know you did.
I think these ones grab it.
Yeah, they might. Yeah, I just saw them grab one of the NPCs.
I could still have one grab me whenever I want. I have to mount.
Does she? Yeah, she actually. Okay, it's like false swipe. It will always have her at 1 HP. It feels so weird to not have positionals because I've been playing Monk for a little too much, a little too long. Feels weird to not have positionals right now. That was a blade beam. It is post ARR right now. I'm not quite in Heaven's Ward. It's actually what most of this stream has been, is trying to push as much that way as possible. Because I have notoriously just had trouble doing quests in this game. Not that it's bad. I just have an inherent bias against quests, but I did come from RuneScape, so that's why. There's so many quests you have to do. Demon Slayer, Regicide. I think Tears of Glorified, I think I didn't have to do. Pull our Doin quest line. Did I win? No, I lost. Okay, how? Weird.
They killed your friend.
I mean, I can only do so much DPS.
Swap it to easier very easy.
No. No, can't do it. Gotta play on normal. The true MLG. Alright, let's go for this again. Yeah, so I gotta go protect Ilberd. There we go. Punch harder. I mean, yeah, that is in fact the life lesson here. Just punch harder. There we go. Don't really have many AoEs.
Wait.
1, 2. There we go. I was having issues actually. No, because that's not the Death Claw. I want on the Death Claw. There we go. Because it was hiding behind Eline. 2, 3. Just gonna let them take care of the boss at this point.
Probably takes years of viewers.
Yeah, that's what I'm working on. I just saw the green. I need to kill that Colossus like now.
The thing about summoner tip is when you have your summons, dump them.
You don't want to dump them on just needless adds though.
Garuda 1, dump on needless adds, Titan and Ifrit use on bosses.
I guess that's fair. Come on. At least I can skate, because I don't really have spell times. It's the part that saves this for me. There we go. Cool. Finished it that time. Could have finished it a little quicker, but I finished it. So close yet so far. Eternal Flames looked up to you as one of the Order's founding members. Well, little lordling who has never known any want. Oof, got him. Yeah, I'm not reading that specific line. YouTube. Shirts on our back. Constant companion. Mono door to begrudge others their fortunes. We accept what hand we've been dealt. Our ability. The battle eye, but no matter what fate threw at us, we would look for the chain and came back for more. Everything we have, we fought for. How are we any different then? But a good question. Which is true, but we were both mercenaries. It's true they both had our fair share of struggles. And whereas I sold my sword, you, Marshal, you sold your comrades. This taught me one thing, is that you never betray your own. I would sooner cut off my own arm than raise a hand against a friend. Good wisdom. Good life lesson. Doc, you're trying all to face justice and the people whose trust you have dragged through the gutter. Yeah. Healing does it. To be fair, healers need a lot more credit. Remorse. Sort of business is finally at an end. My friends betrayal us deeper than steel. It's up that we've chosen our own allies more wise than the Raban chose his. I'm actually a little surprised 14 doesn't have more universal skills, but that is more of RuneScapeism.
Truly bothersome business.
We did.
You used to. They changed that for good reasons.
No, I do not foresee a problem on that front. The main concern is Reborn. There is no telling what the brute might do.
Have the blades watch him in the flames day and night. You may leave the Sultana to me. I shall personally attend her grace.
He's being sus. This one is the small among us.
Sever one of the East Aldenard trade routes. That ought to keep Lolorito occupied for a while. Nanamo Ul'namo. For my sake, pray be a good little Sultana to the last.
I don't like it. Some fuckery is about to happen. This time's almost during every fight. I need to be doing that more. Few questions for the Flame Marshal regarding the circumstances of her miraculous escape. When we have completed our interrogation, we shall find her quickly to General Reborn. So we're heading back to Ul'dah then. That makes sense. Incident held around high regard, for better or worse. Just want to know how this tale ends. Yeah. Yeah, she's not gonna feel super happy about that. There we go. Oh, there's just a lot of story I have to get through. I know the story gets better. I know a lot happens. There's just so much I gotta get through. It's also early. It's also early game. I mean, ARR is still the base game for all intents and purposes. Even this post game, because I'm not quite in Heaven's Word yet. Let me drink this real quick. He and Ilbert are planning. There we go. Maybe there. Still what? No, I'm still 56. Okay, yeah, they'll have to... Probably have to do leveling before I hop off tonight. 10 years ago. Right, it is a very different story experience than current expansions. I'm very aware of it.
Welcome back, my friend. I have already received word from Alphino. To think that Flame Marshal Huayu was the Garlean agent. I know not what to say. Together with Reborn, Eileen lent us much needed aid at the time of our Order's founding. She was particularly passionate about the need to tackle the primal threat. When we discussed the subject, her eyes fairly shone with determination.
That is
Whatever
not
else
how
she
I
may have
pronounced her
been,
name.
I choose to believe that it was her true self with whom I spoke then. But now is not the time to dwell on such matters. I have an important announcement to make regarding our effort to
Yeah, you have to go re-record.
We shall begin as soon as everyone is assembled.
I pronounced that name so different in that video. Oh shit.
Is this why you go back through some of the older content, huh?
Rita, the floor is yours.
By now, I'm sure you're all familiar with White Auracite, the miraculous material that'll allow us to capture Ascian souls. Back at Snowcloak, we
Pick Summoner. Oh, I didn't pick Summoner. Not initially.
Amounts of ether.
So, I originally went with Pugilist, got bored about level 20, went over to a couple of the classes, then went to Black Mage, hit 90, went over to Red Mage, because that was the class I boosted up for the catch-up bonus. Went from 70 to 90 there. What did I choose next? I'd have to check my job titles, but now my Samurai 60, Pugilist is, or Monk 60. Now Summoner is 60-ish, 56 right now. I did a lot.
Red Mage is 90.
Yeah, my Red Mage is 90, yeah. Did it not say that?
The stone can only store ether for a short while.
Yeah, Red Mage is 90.
Its contents.
In addition to Auracite's inherent limitations, we must needs be wary of our enemy's strength. Our foe draweth upon an
French
infinite
doesn't make sense to me. I'm sorry.
Even should we succeed in entrapping him, the stone will not long contain his wrath.
Well, you know why the words are the way they are, right? Wasn't it an era French as a language was being modernized and developed at a time where it was you were paid per letter or something like that? So that's why you have like, no, I'm pretty sure that was French. That's why there's a lot of excess letters where phonetically it's lesser.
Oh, right, and yeah, fucking English was the other way around. That's why we have ye for the.
It is our belief that an
Language is weird.
may be permanently undone,
Which they undid with
smitten
old
by a
because they had
sufficiently
the old.
concentrated burst of pure ether.
The only trouble is, we can't say for sure how concentrated the burst needs to be. Without knowing how much ether an Arcean soul is composed of, we're basically guessing.
Who's your favorite character and why is it Alice? Oh, I don't actually know who my favorite is.
Because he doesn't have access to the best character in the game. Basically.
During that encounter, Heidelin bid you forge what she called a Blade of Light, a weapon which took the form of a luminous stream of energy. Based on your description, we believe the blade with which you vanquished your foe was composed of ether. Admittedly, your victory proved ephemeral.
Extra O's and U's. I could see that actually.
Darkness to flee into the space that lies between our world and the void. The fact remains, however,
color
that
incorrectly.
Heidelin placed the means to destroy the Ascians in your hands.
What, do you not spell gray Gray?
I meant the word color.
No, I know. The word color, like how armor, ARMOUR.
Is that not how you spell armor?
Quite so, my lady. We must needs find the means to forge our own blade of ether.
You know, there's a certain level of just irony because Urianger is in this room in this conversation while we're having this conversation. No, generally armor is ARMOR. I think OUR is British English.
I have spelled armor OUR for the last 24 years.
And your primary school teachers did nothing about it. They're just like, nah, it's fine.
No. My primary school teacher told me I spelled island wrong because I spelled it correctly.
Island, ISLAND.
Yeah.
And the other to store the ether for the blade.
I spelled it Island, and they said I spelled it wrong.
But it's as I said.
I don't know about that one, Captain.
For any length of time, we'd still need to
GRAY and GREY. I can't remember. I think EY is British English. I can't remember. There was a difference between a gray with E and a gray with an A.
And therein lies the rub. Finding a way to create the blade whenever and wherever we choose.
It would seem more research is in order.
AY is American English, EY is British English.
Called it.
To linger a while, perform a few more tests on the aura site. And I could do with some help.
Technically, both are correct.
Boulanger, why don't
Yes,
you
they're
lend
both
me a
correct.
hand?
Mine apologies, but I am required.
But if you
to
spell
wake
color
in
with a
sounds.
U, you're wrong.
Lady Minfilia hath given me.
What, you don't spell
sure
glamour?
justifications.
GLAMOR?
It would be unseemly to leave them unattended.
Don't fuck with me. Don't fuck with me. Hold on.
So you're basically alone there then?
No, glamour.
Well,
Yeah, glamour is OR.
I'll just have to come to you.
Really, because it's OUR in this game.
Fuck, it is. I hate you. It is.
I can't. Oh, God. The evolution of language always, it kills me. It's so funny. It's so perfect. It makes no sense.
And English sucks.
English is 3 languages in a trench coat.
Hate the English language.
Well, I mean, at least we spell wolf correctly. WOULF. That makes sense at least.
While you were afield, word arrived from the Sharlayan motherland. You will recall that a survey party was dispatched to investigate the incident at the Isle of Vow. What they discovered was troubling, to say the least.
I don't know if you're fucking with me or
According to
not
the
now.
report, the isle has been erased from existence. 'Twas as if a hole had been torn in the very fabric of reality.
Is this like is is this like the time we played Among Us and I just gaslit everybody for 7 games in a row?
Huh?
Aye.
Where you don't know if I'm kidding or not, but when I was the imposter 7 games in a row.
I voted for you every one of those games too, and no one fucking believed me.
Were reported missing at a similar junction.
In all fairness, okay, in all fairness, what game of Among Us have you played where somebody is the imposter 7 games in a row?
What's more, they all had something in common with the head of the students of Baldessian. Every last one of them was researching a phenomenon called dimensional compression, or the rejoining as the ancient texts call it. I'll be damned if that's a coincidence.
All indications suggest Ascian involvement, but I sense that a force greater still is at work. The entity the dark beings call the one true God. We must pray that my dear friend Kryl regains consciousness soon. If she bore witness to the Isle of Val's final moments...
Is this Heaven's Ward, the stupid island? It's gotta be Heaven's Ward, right?
Huh?
The Isle of Val. That's gotta be Heaven's Ward, right? Because we're
Val?
Yeah, we're running where the Baldessians, how they disappeared. That's the current story element. That's gotta be. We're running out of time in post ARR is the thing.
Fun thing about the island that disappeared. You won't touch that till Stormwood.
Oh, okay. So like the dragons on the moon that are never dealt with, or wait, the dragons in Coil, the dragons in Coils that never get dealt with.
Imperial Legion entrenched themselves in strategic locations across Eorzea.
Don't tell me not to worry about the stupid dragons and Coils of Bahamut. I'm gonna worry about the dragons. It was literally said in Coils, but before you did like what was it the 4th fight or whatever, that oh yeah they're just in like eternal stasis or whatever, just praying to Bahamut, so he'll just keep summoning over and over. And I'm just like, are we gonna deal with these dragons? No, we never dealt with the dragons.
Yeah, you will.
Swiftly did they accomplish this?
In about 8 months when you finally catch up to one fucking.
To think that it came from
Fair.
Hoyu, my right hand.
There is more.
Raban Silius cutscene.
Wayu didn't deal exclusively with the 14th. She also answered to a higher authority.
And without spoilers, the island that disappeared,
But
that
this
is
higher
Eureka.
authority could not have been the Emperor.
Oh, okay.
By consenting to the media project, Solus Zos Galvus showed himself to be more concerned about
Also known as
preventing
my
the spread
personal
of
hell.
primal influence.
I mean, you could just actually go back and play 12 or
He
yeah
would
12.
happily have seen the lot
11.
reduced to ash.
You know what? Fair enough. You could go back and play 11. That's your personal hell.
We believe
I
a
have been
number of
playing 11.
high-ranking figures within the royal household.
You said
are
you
against this
said you're not playing 11 right now.
better than to oppose the
No,
Emperor
I'm not
openly.
currently. It's
Of
on my
course, this
computer.
didn't
Right?
prevent them from making clandestine provisions. In which
It's on
Wayu
private
played
servers
a
now.
part.
Official
Fair.
servers are officially gone.
Alas, these
Wait,
provisions
the servers are gone now?
did not prevent Dalamud from falling, and
It's all
the
private now.
ensuing chaos
Really?
changed the face of the realm forever. Yet
Really?
The game still exists, but they are all private-based servers.
I thought that it was more effort to take down 11 servers. And that's why they kept it
They
up.
got the bit.
Oh, they found it, and so they finally shut it down.
They found the block. Yeah.
Cool. Well, I guess I'll have to go find a private 11 server then. And just
It's on the official website.
interesting.
The official website advertises the private servers.
I'm gonna have to go check that out then, because that sounds like that could be cool in an accelerated server.
It's not accelerated.
To all intents and purposes, the Meteor
It's still the
project
regular
had failed,
progression. It's
and
just
the Empire was left to
privately
rue
hosted.
its lack of
Oh.
decisive means to eliminate the primals. Until, that is, it stumbled
I don't know.
upon the
I'll debate on
ultimate
it.
weapon.
Even before the accursed thing was dug up, it seemed to me the 14th had the might to overwhelm our weakened armies. Yet they chose to hide behind their walls. Why?
The Black Wolf was wary of making the denizens of Eorzea desperate, lest more primals emerged to bleed the land. The discovery of the Ultima weapon, however, emboldened him to resume his war of conquest in earnest.
But there was one in Garlemald who believed that Van Belsar's actions were premature.
listen, Tamsin.
One who stood higher in the Imperial Army's chain of command. He ordered the legatus to halt his advance, only to find that the Black Wolf had slipped its leash, and that the 14th now acted alone.
So about the, what was it, the Instagram post? How many times do men think about the Roman Empire in a single day?
Every day.
So about the Garlean Empire. And inspired by the Roman Empire.
I think about them every single day because they're fucking up my videos. Worst part is it's not even the Final Fantasy XIV Garlean Empire that's fucking up my videos.
It's just the actual Roman Empire just fucking up your video.
No, it's fucking Nero. My stupid fucking cat.
To be fair, I mean, you did name him Nero.
I did name him after fucking Nero.
That's your own problem.
Belsar to heal.
Yeah.
He used the agent he had planted in Ul'dah prior to the calamity to undermine the Legion's efforts.
A man
Which is
who outranks Van Belsar
currently sleeping on a pile of clothes in the corner.
How could you?
This could only be the former High Legatus of the Garlean army, now known as Emperor Varus Zosgalvus. So he was Huayu's true master.
I can't. Why that sounds so. It's so different. French is rough. I'm pretty sure I actually have viewers in France supporting my metrics. Like,
oh, the maintenance mode. Okay.
God, all I'm gonna say. You know, I love the idea of going to France at some point. I love hearing the language. I can't speak it. Like,
Don't go to France.
Not right now. No, I'm not going. I'll go near that.
In actual fact, we've learned that even as
Or
Huayu served
do,
the
I mean, a
Empire's
revolution would be fun.
interests, she
Yeah.
sold imperial secrets to a certain faction in the
Was it Pokemon or was it Final Fantasy that was having a event in France? Someone was having an event in France soon. No, it's TwitchCon, wasn't it? It was TwitchCon. TwitchCon was going to France. That'll be fun.
In so doing, she helped to maintain the status quo, thus prolonging the conflict. Considering who stands to profit from war, it isn't hard to imagine who her other masters were.
They're in maintenance mode. Interesting.
You mean to say that she was a double agent?
Like that turtle.
I want the turtle pot.
If you consider her
I do too.
services to Van Belsar,
I want
then
the
you
actual
know her
turtle
as
pot because that'd be a cool ass incense burner.
Yeah.
As neatly as these
That'd be cool.
pieces seem to fit,
Hey, Ruby, how's it
one
going?
aspect of the puzzle remains unclear to me. By whose will was the Marshal feeding intelligence to the heretics? And try as I might, I fail to see how aiding their cause would profit either her Imperial or Monetarist masters. Could it be that another hand is at work here? If so, Huayu must be made to reveal whose it is.
I keep hearing Monetarist, and I'm just really itching to go back through the Star Wars prequels. I'm just really itching.
Not only have I lost a trusted friend, now I must interrogate her as a stranger.
Not a pleasant task, I grant you, but a necessary one. Unless we weed out the ivy, root, stalk, and stem, it will simply grow back.
Literally anyone wants to. It is impressive.
Those closest to Huayu have already been detained, and I will question them alongside her.
General, pray keep in mind that there may be unwitting abettors among them.
Among Us?
All will be treated fairly. On that you have my word. Those who are innocent have no cause to fear.
You have ever been a friend of truth, General. I hope the unpleasant task of weeding out falsehood will not detain you too long. Though it be for the sake of Eorzea, doubting one's comrades is poison to the soul. And with that, I take my leave.
Uh-oh. Who's in here?
All these years, I've been made to dance to their tune. How could you, Huayu? How could you side with them? Those cankers who take from this land and give naught in return, who use their power to disempower and grow fat while the people starve.
Oh.
I know you can hear me, monetarist scum. Your crimes will not go unpunished. Tear and purge this land of your sickness before the eyes of the 12. I swear it.
I mean, he could use his swords if the what's his face, the evil monetarist dude. I can't remember his name offhand. Raubon could just use as a sword as a baseball bat for him.
I shall have no further need of you this day. Your Grace.
Oh, she's about to die. There's death flags. Dude, that cheese though.
I fear that not even mine own chambers shall remain private for long.
Has the situation grown so grim?
Is that cheese or is that tart?
I don't know what that is.
Ever since
Too
you
low
proposed
poly,
the
like low poly grapes.
Bill, Teleji
not low
Adeleji
poly
has
grapes.
risen to greater prominence upon the backs of impoverished refugees.
Bring back the. They need to bring back the grapes. The grapes were great.
Monarchists were ever united in their pursuit of profit, but the man's actions have torn a rift in their ranks.
I think it's a
They
tart
snapped at
because
each other as
Kane-san has
rabid
got
dogs.
other pastries.
It might be.
Yet now is not the time to be bickering among ourselves.
And when you remember that a muffin is in fact a pastry, isn't it? Wait,
Yes.
oh, yeah, it is, isn't it?
Muffin
Ugh.
is pastry.
It blows my mind. It's got to be, right?
If this bickering is a
No.
threat to law and order, might
It's a
you not have
confectionery, not a
grounds to
pastry.
dissolve
Okay.
the syndicate?
All
So it's
pastries
not.
are confectionaries, not all confectionaries are pastries.
Ah, squares and I almost said squares and triangles. Squares and rectangles. Got it.
Would that the solution were so simple, Admiral. Alas, my moving to dissolve the syndicate is certain to spark outrage among the influential merchant class, whom the Cabal represents. This would serve to
Yeah, no, it
exacerbate
was
the
good to see you. Have a
corroding
good one. This will be up on the bot channel.
and slip still further away. Be they rich or
Yes,
poor,
quick red. Thank you,
natives or
Tamsin.
refugees, all who reside in Ul'dah have a right to pursue happiness. It is the duty of a ruler to protect this right. If I am to perform my duty, I must needs tread warily. It would not do to make enemies heedlessly.
Muffins backwards. What you do when you pull them out of the oven? What?
Were Lord Lolorito here, he would doubtless say that I have my head in the clouds.
Huh?
A ruler is required to take a wide view.
Muffins
Try as we might to cater to all needs, some will inevitably be overlooked. As,
Oh, God
as you have
damn
informed
it.
us,
I
the
should time you up for
monetarists
that.
take no view but their own. They hunger for power while the masses starve. In the absence of a common cause, it seems beyond any one individual to make Ul'dah whole.
And the presence of a Garlean agent within the immortal flames only
Awful.
makes matters worse. Even accounting
I
for
read it
Ul'dah's
backwards, yeah, that makes
historic
sense.
reliance upon mercenaries, such a grievous breach of security is unprecedented. I fear this business will provide the monetarists with a rod to beat Rauban.
Thank you for the drink.
Eorzea can ill afford for the immortal flames to be dampened now. Ere long, the Garleans will turn their ravenous gaze toward our lands once more. If we are to resist their might, our nations must stand together. Yet for this to happen, our nations must be whole. Cannot be done to improve the situation in Ul'dah.
The true wealth of Ul'dah lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her citizens. Alas, the citizens shall never know these things, so long as their lives are ruled by the ambitions
Yeah, it's gotta be a
of the
pastry.
few. The monetarists claim to represent the best interests of the people.
Yes, I'm still analyzing
But
it.
in sooth, they desire only to manipulate them for their own selfish ends. For the government to serve the people, it must
should
be
buy the
formed
cookbook.
of the people. For Ul'dah to move forward, it is not only the syndicate that must be dissolved.
She's gonna dissolve the monarchy? Oh, whoa.
Nay, you jest.
My friends, it was for no other reason than to make known to you mine intent that I requested your presence here. When I make my declaration to the people, chaos shall inevitably ensue. As the last monarch in the line of Ul, I make unto you this request. Help Reborn to preserve order and protect the people. Forsake them, and you forsake yourselves. For a strong Eorzea will ever have need of a strong Ul'dah.
She's not wrong.
Your Grace, are you certain of this?
There is no other way. When the time is ripe, the nation shall become a true republic. Both royalists and monetarists shall cease to be. Ul'dah will no longer belong to kings or queens or merchant princes, but to her people. Reborn, forgive me for casting aside all that you have toiled for in my name. Beyond this gesture, I am powerless to help my subjects.
There's so many spoons on that table. So many spoons.
It's a fucking pineapple upside down cake.
I love that you had to like dig for that.
I'm staring at the top of it, and it's like I know that like
yeah, they're pineapples.
Pineapple upside down cake.
Oh man, I love that half that entire cutscene was just analyzing the pastries. Like there were salads on the table too.
The strawberry cream cake looked really good on the table.
It kind of did though. Kind of really did. So for the signs of the dawns, I'm just wondering if it's wise for us to take on so many other responsibilities. The signs need not shoulder the burden alone. We're not the Coast Braves established for this very purpose. Pastries are based, yeah. I got no salads grew on me as I got older.
Lettuce.
Yeah, I mean I don't do iceberg anymore. Remains where it's at. Lettuce or the iceberg is just water. Doesn't actually like fill you.
Now for a good sandwich, that damn butter lettuce, that's some good shit for a sandwich.
Yeah, I've had it. It's pretty good. Pretty good. Are you supposed to keep Ul'dah from becoming either Roman Republic under patrician view or urban style plutocracy, because neither of those will want Reborn to have as power as he has? I mean, yeah, no, there's gonna have to be a there's gonna have to be a slow structuring in order to prevent things like that. It's the only gesture that she can do, although she's probably rushing into it. There's issues that could arise, yes.
Ul'dah is still a military state at the end of the day, so
yeah. Going on rest of the thing. Everyone needs our help. What they can. Progress the latest developments. Issue effective orders. I cannot afford to waste time traveling back and forth. The foreseeable future. Remain in Ul'dah. Well, so we're going to be in Ul'dah for the next few things, it looks like. No, I mean, Philly's in Ul'dah. Our times weak his hands. Others are contributing in their own ways. Last the key problems. Form an ethereal blade will solve. No, that's a matter of time. Yeah. Outside, cool. Lot of dialogue, but we are getting towards the end of it, so I know it's going to change here.
Cutscene for this is the last mission for this expansion.
Yeah, usually they'll end it off with a pretty big exposition piece, which is fine. I mean, that's how you write a story. I mean, story has rising action, climax, falling action. This is just resolution.
Yeah.
Yep. There's just a lot of level 50 quests, so I was kind of like, because until Heavensward the cap was 50, right? So all these level 50 quests didn't even give you XP, right?
Yeah.
Interesting. That's a lot of content. I guess it's to catch all other classes up. Lotion Man, welcome.
Get these quests.
Yeah. Weapons have found their ways in refugee hands. Someone promised an rather large person sharp and pointy things by the black market hold up right in High Bridge. and would have secured such a quantity of weapons if he did not already have clients waiting. Clients left for a reason. I would prefer transaction remain secret. Okay. Hot and arrow will take into meet on it. Generous fellow. Hmm. Using the weapons before they fall into the wrong hands could be for the best. However, striking the opponent hour might capture the black market as well as clients. Yeah, that's a good idea. Hybridness, me, hold on. Perfect. Okay. We gotta be in the next. Gotta be in the next little bit of this then.
I think so.
Yeah, because we can access at this point. At this point, we can access more quests, so we're not gated by Crystal Tower yet. I want to try to go until we hit the Crystal Tower wall.
We just started 2.5.
Okay, so we're in the last one before before it's
gated.
required.
Do Crystal Tower next stream.
Yeah. No, I'm doing Praetorium next stream. Let's get it right.
Assuming it's still going next stream.
It's probably not.
It probably is.
I just need to make sure to buy Taoist Moogle and probably the Samurai. Was it Samurai Barding?
Samurai Barding.
Yeah, those are really the only things I care about. I just don't have the time.
Yeah. It goes until like the first week of October, so you've got a couple weeks.
Yeah. Was a threat, even so I feel compelled to apologize. Moment of your standing, Commander. Not dispatch you hither. A lot of friends have that one of you. It's only natural that you would come to rely upon you without hesitation. Cool. The burning wall without delay and secure these weapons. The first unit will ensure the clients don't escape with me. Oh, I do have my Fat Cat Parasol out because it rained.
Yeah.
It rained. He. My carbuncle just. Where's my Fat Cat actually?
It goes away when you pull out an umbrella.
Oh, right. Right, you can't have both slots open.
Yep.
Here's Flash, thank you for the sub. Marcus, the resub. How's it going? Good to see you. Scary how what it was. We need persistent hunters. Yeah, no, humans just naturally have constitution buffs, and sometimes it's incredibly scary. And I have to go through the cave, don't I? There we go. 10,000. Oh, whoa. Oh, I couldn't even see what those were. Thank you for the bits. I really do appreciate that. You didn't have to. Hope you're enjoying. Hope you're having a good time. I was like, why is the number glowing? Those are the thugs outside the tunnel entrance. Any questions? I'll have to make sure I fix it. Well, that's one of the things I need to do. I need to actually, thanks for reminding me about that. I need to get some of those external emote integrations going and some of those commands going because I keep neglecting on doing those. Who goes there? Never should have come here. There we go. So wait a minute. One, two, three. I'm trying to remember what my next class after this was. I was wrong. Because I thought I had another 50 in reserve. Because after Summoner gets to 50, I was trying to figure out what I was going to do.
Doing an answer next.
My Lancer's 30 actually. Yeah, I could do that.
Yeah.
At the tunnel entrance. What tunnel entrance? Oh, there it is. It's just because it was hiding behind low transparency. I guess technically high transparency because it's a higher opacity. We're starting soon. I have a good restoration. Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you for coming on out. I am approaching the end of it as soon as I get to the end of this quest chain. Yeah, have a good one. It's good to see you. Just walking on cursive. Kinda. Hop on down. Just knocked him out. Fine mess. That's our perimeter. First is currently tracking a party of Dusk White sellswords. So the aid of immortal flames or the brass blades. Alas, we're here to aid them. Aid us. We have secured the weapons, yet that accomplishment is lacking for the information we received indicated a massive shipment. Anything but. Mercedes has 3 E's and they're all pronounced differently. I hate it.
I'd say Mercedes.
Yeah, I'm in Balmung. No, I'm not in Balmung. That's Kiwi. Diabolos, that's the one. Alright, so far, the gods are good. We'll catch them before they escape behind the Black Shroud. So you deliver these weapons to Ul'dah in my stead. Trust the third Zuyuhase, who will take care of the rest. Box. Just like me playing Baldur's Gate. Just pick up all the chests. But there's loot inside of them. Nope, just pick up the chests.
I don't know. I found out one of the mods I'm using don't cast a certain spell twice, or you just incinerate everything around you.
Worth. Absolutely.
Including yourself.
Absolutely worth. You kidding me? That shit's great.
Yeah. No, one of the mods I'm using in Baldur's Gate gives you the spell Bag of Holding.
Yeah.
If you cast it twice in a row, it atomizes everything around you, including you.
Yeah, don't put a bag of holding in a bag of holding. It just doesn't work.
It,
Did I hit this NPC, right? It still says there's 10th anniversary stuffs to do.
Huh?
I don't know why it was saying I have 10th anniversary stuff to do, because I already did it.
oh, that NPC over there is for the minigame.
Oh. Do I? Bounce around my skull like Windows screensaver. Oh, I feel that. It's the new mini. Okay, right. Don't we have access to that off season or out of the event? As long as we. Okay. Oh, interesting. You get new Crystal Brave spawns in the world after a certain point. That's cool. There we go. Here we go. The Crystal Braves, you have my deepest thanks for your assistance. To this day. Here, take this box. Take this box I found. Big box, BEEG. They did it with confidence. There would be a far greater quantity of weapons. Yeah, no. Is unfamiliar with the ways of Ul'dah merchants. Here they are. Be thankful their mission was not completely erroneous. They managed to do anything at all. Interesting. Or about like fighting those Garlands up north. You know, fighting for anything to say about it. Our orders are to stand watch, not seek the glory of battle. Yeah? Yeah, there's something definitely sus about this entire interaction. I wonder if one of these coats would run.
What, an actual, like, Crystal Graves jacket?
Yeah, I like the design of it.
It's just a traditional duster dyed blue. So, probably about $200.
Fair. Not here. Thank myself for having you exchanged. No need for whistling this time, don't worry. Yeah, there's something sussest amogus going on. More requests, you better places to the mark for privacy, I find. Hustle and bustle for commerce means more conversation goes unnoticed. Get to that point, burn a wall. You and the captain interrupted the exchange. What happened? Tell me everything. Hogwarts looking motherfuckers. Oh, they're just brand of NPC. As they were chasing, we lost the trail, but never saw him yourself. Not before the fighting started, not after. Something right. I don't know what it is, but I can feel it. Yeah, no, something's not right here. This file never deciphered a moneylender's books or had to follow a transaction back to the source. And that back when the Braves was getting started, believe me, Manor wanted assurances. We weren't taking Gil from the wrong sort of benefactors. Of course, these days, money flows like water in the first and third, get the shiniest new toys. Yeah. This is just Soldier Light. Let's be real. Yeah. It's the subtlety of this plot that I'm liking. Ugh. I'm gonna play Faz tonight. I'm thinking Faz after this.
Yeah.
I'm not a dick. I can stop anytime I want to.
I don't know. I gotta rewatch Castlevania again.
Yeah. It looked good when I saw bits and pieces of it. A little too gory for my taste, though. But Kip, you play Dead Space. You play Resident Evil. What do you mean too gory? I don't get it either. It's just something about it's acceptable. Something about it just makes sense to my brain. I wish to speak with you, most determined lady. So at present, let's not keep them waiting. I'm actually curious. Harvest begins. Gotta be in the first quarter of this quest line, if I had to guess.
You're about halfway through.
Huh?
You're about halfway through.
Really? That's a really short update then.
There's only 9 quests. No, 8 quests.
Okay, and then I'll get locked out by Crystal Tower, which is fine. That's the intent.
Yes, and I need to send you a party invite.
We have a guest from Ishgard who wishes to speak with you. I believe the two of you have met.
Fancy lady.
We have. I had hoped to speak with Commander Leveilleur as well, but I cannot afford to wait any longer.
Got
The
him.
Lord Commander sent me hither to request your aid in a matter of grave import.
You see now why I had Tataru summon you.
Now that we're all assembled, perhaps you would be good enough to elaborate on the nature of the matter which brought you to us.
We have about 3 quest lines going on in tandem with each other at this point.
The Observatorium's astrologians have sounded the alarm. Last night, the Dragonstar burned with an intensity not seen in 15 summers. Not since the Dravanians engaged the Empire in the Battle of Silvertear Skies.
The northern sky doth burn full bright upon the Wormlord's call. The red behemoth beckoneth, and flame consumeth all.
The old Curthan rhyme, aye. The brightening of the Dragonstar is said to accompany the roar of a great worm. The astrologians believe that it was Midgard-Soma himself who cried out on this occasion.
After an absence of centuries, the King of Kings did return to lead his kind against the might of Garlemald, only to fall in his duel with the Agrius, proud flagship of the Garlean fleet. Devoid.
Oh, skip that
Ariange
early.
has the right of it. Whatever this alteration in the Dragonstar portends, the Great Worm has shown no sign of life. Tataru, have the Domans reported aught out of the ordinary?
Mob boss Totter.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but if Midgard-Soma had roared, wouldn't we have heard it here in Revenant's Toll?
Roar is but a figure of speech. Dravanians can communicate in ways beyond our ken.
You can hear
It
now
is
it's
for this
Devrim
very
K, yeah.
reason that we are forced to look for signs in the heavens. We cannot say with any confidence that a great worm roared at all, much less that it was Midgard-Soma. Only by directly examining the Keeper of the Lake can we be certain. However, it will take too long to gain the Holy See's approval to dispatch the Temple Knights. Therefore, Sir Emric would entrust this task to you. Do you accept? We knew you would not disappoint us. Now, if you would excuse me, I must return and assist the Lord Commander. We have precious little time to prepare.
To prepare for what, pray tell?
When a great worm roars, his brethren cannot choose but answer. We...
Interesting. Right now, really understand the nature. Just yeah. We understood it was now called the Keeper of the Lake. It's now the wreckage. The Agrius, a former flagship of the Imperial fleet, and the corpse of the worm responsible for its destruction. He shows the next step in the campaign to subjugate Urza. Guys, Gambit attempted to seize control of Mordona. So massive was his force that Lazarus was a foregone conclusion. Unlikely ally came to his early days that day. Midgard-Soma, legendary guardian of Silvertear Falls, burst forth from beneath the waters of the lake and led a host of dragons against the Garlean's airship overhead. What would later known as the Battle of Silvertear Skies. The Great Worm felled countless airships before engaging the Agrius. I was thinking of Acrius, like Legend of Acrius from D2, the power shotgun. Ensuing struggle, the flagship's cerulean engines failed. Into the lake below, its victory came at a great cost for the explosion which had followed, claimed the life of the Great Worm as well. The explosion transformed Silvertear Falls into a desolate wasteland it is today. The lake of its waters and crystallizing ether for miles around. The remnant of the lake remains and a center, a constant reminder of a fateful day long ago. In accordance with Sir Americ's wishes, our Doman allies have been standing watch over the Keep of the Lake. It would be wise to speak with them before investigating the wreckage yourself. Interesting. Continues to wait within. Now then, let's not neglect our own tasks. There's much to be done and press a little time to do it. Can't wait to see Tataru just kitted out in tuxedo, just mob suit. Come on. I'll have to try to move this to an SSD at some point when I actually have time.
Yeah, when you're not uploading videos and killing your computer's speed.
Yeah, I mean, I'm constantly, like, after this, I have to immediately go into probably getting, like, water and stuff. And then I have to actually go and treat the audio, and then I have to upload it. So, yeah, most of it is just, like, waiting around, but it's just, like, I'm always, like, turned on, if that makes sense. Like my brain is always engaged. That's a lake snake, just lake cobra. We're in luck. Nordro was told about the Garleans. Of late, we've been seen small airships likely from Castrum Sentry. And we go from the Keeper of the Lake, though I cannot say for certain at this distance. I believe they may be salvaging something from within the wreckage. Ash Island's been cut for some time, and I'd wager there. I need spare parts for other equipment. Yeah. The Danish Guardians honestly fear that the worm might rise again. This seems rather unlikely, but if it's appearances they want, like the corpse in its entirety, then done, given the creature will inhabit the wreckage and the aforementioned Guardians who didn't take kindly to your presence. This is a dungeon, right?
Yeah, it's a dungeon.
Okay. So fire upon an airship, more stealthy approach, take this boat around the future commerce, base of the Agrius, climb to the top, only viable approach, should say. Keep the lake now accessible.
Keep the lake now accessible?
Yep. Yeah, because this was one of the dungeons that was missing, right?
Yes. You sink it, unsink it?
Figure we could just unsink it.
Works for me.
Just burn through it real quick.
Probably should have swapped to a Reaper or something, but...
Don't worry, it's fine. Yeah, just do it unsink, that's fine. Oh. Big Durgan. So where does this fall in regards to dungeons in the dungeon queue? Harder to run, easier to run? Like, is it ants, like the ant one where you can just speed through it?
This one is linear. It is some midway. Crap! It's not super hard.
I mean, a first encounter of 3 on level crabs. I mean, pretty bulky, but honestly, nothing really to scoff at.
Yeah.
Fish.
Then you got some problems and the fish.
Then we got a snake. Was that a mini boss?
No.
Because it says Son of the Keeper. Oh, okay, that must be just generic enemy type then. My map off.
Yeah, I don't really need it down here.
No. Oh boy, it toad.
Oh boy, a toad. Oh god, I'm being eaten by a toad.
Don't worry. Smack it. Just smack it a whole bunch. It'll be fine.
I could have blue maged this.
You could have. That's a thing. Ein Honda.
Ein Honda.
Is that just a fucking bird with horns?
Yep.
That is a bird with ram horns. Okay. Look, I'm not going to question it.
Welcome to the Norse portion of Final Fantasy. We are now done with the Norse portion of Final Fantasy.
Alright, this is still ARR and PS3, so they had to segment up this stuff.
Yes.
Okay, fine. I don't want to attack anyways.
Good. Yeah, I didn't think okay.
Oh, it's getting angry.
Oh, and don't touch those barriers.
What do they do? I mean, they sound an alarm, it sounds like.
Hurt.
Well, it looks like the Colossus can't even move in there. I guess then you hit the thing, drop the barrier when your party's ready.
Yep.
That way you don't overwhelm the party. That makes sense. Yeah. I got it. Well, the Garlands are at least efficient. Like, they settle all this up in like no time at all.
Well, this is also one of their down to ships, so.
Yeah, so a lot of that was already there at the very least. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you're just fighting an actual just ship.
Yep, gunship. Not the only that ship.
Coming this way.
Yep.
There we go.
Very linear.
Yeah, it's not really bad. It's a lot better. Good.
This is where the dungeons start getting linear, not really the open concept stuff that was like earlier on in Reborn.
Yeah, like the ants and stuff. Yeah. I mean, it was cool to experience, but yeah, the more linear design helps with just party and game flow.
Yes.
People aren't getting lost in certain sand pits. This is organic. We're climbing the dragon right now.
Yes.
It's so weird because it's mixed between the two.
Well, yeah, the ship landed on top of the dragon that shot it down. So.
Oh, yeah. So I guess that makes sense that there's pieces of it that are on top of it.
Yes. All right. So. This boss was the wall for a lot of people.
Oh.
Post-Rome Reborn.
Who treadeth now upon my bones, and waketh me from slumber sweet?
Dragon.
Remember, mortal, and fear me.
In what aspect was he a wall? What's his mechanic? Or mechanics?
Oh, it was just fucked hard.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, he was just ridiculously hard. Not that you're gonna see that because we're gonna kill him.
Well, right. No, we're doing this on syncs. Like he just had a lot of like, was it attacks that made him his health pool, his damage,
Everything.
Oh. You returned. Welcome, Tony. Welcome. What's that blue?
Don't stand in it.
'Cause I don't think I've seen a blue mechanic like that yet. I mean, I figured it did a lot of damage.
Yeah, so as the fight goes on, there's he summons a couple dragons you have to deal with.
Oh,
the
okay.
Blue is gay. It's hard to see.
Okay. Yeah, I'll have to do it unsynced at some point. I can see.
You will visit down your roulettes, and you will get it consistently.
Right. It's okay. I'll make it happen.
Yep.
Won't be that bad. Cup mechanics involving a pair of dragons. He necros back to fight you. Okay. So it's just dealing with returning enemies, it seems. Many cows. Awesome. Perfect. Little said hi.
By her gifts hast thou earned a moment's reprieve. Speak, mortal, and I shall listen. Guided by a star.
Big Durgan.
My people have heard the song. Ishgard shall burn. Sons must answer for their father's misdeeds. We do not forget. We do not forgive. 7 children did I sire. One now singeth of retribution. I rise to join in the chorus. Thou art powerless to silence us, mortal. Yet thou shalt not live to labor in vain. Thy reprieve is at an end. Trickery is thy shield. This frail, noble creature is not gifted, but chosen. Hearken to me, Hydaelyn. I remember, and I consent.
Her story, things happening.
Fear not, mortal. I shall not harm thee.
Dead. DED. Oh. That's a thing.
Crystals have been extinguished.
Can't just steal my Jolly Rancher flavors.
And now you just have the mystery flavored Jolly Ranchers.
Mayhap thou thinkest me an oath breaker. Thou art mistaken. If thou comest to harm, it shall be by another's hand, not mine. I did but strip thee of thy mistress's feeble blessing.
What a dick!
Thou didst profit much by her grace, but no more.
Gorgon, small. He.
The covenant binds me to thee. I shall watch, listen, and wait. Fight and struggle, if it be thy will. Man hath ever coveted that which lieth beyond his grasp. I drink of her body, and thence doth mine own find new life. When it hath grown whole, the loyal and penitent shall rejoice. The dragon song heraldeth our beginning and an end.
Oh, this is setting up one of the next two expand. I think this is setting up Stormblood.
Heavensward.
Is this Heavensward? I thought that would be Stormblood. No, Stormblood Japan.
Heavensward. Stormblood Japan, Heavensward Dragons.
Right. Okay. Yeah, this is setting up the next one. Super, super well. Okay. Some regards some are selecting the corresponding entry within the minion. Oh, you just get the minion? That's neat.
Yeah.
You get tiny dragon minion. Rising stones at once. Yeah, I'm sure he did. Alright, we're gonna have like what? 4 more quests and then this series ends?
Yep, and one of them's a boss fight.
Oh, is it?
Yep.
Oh, if I can actually... There we go. Bird!
Don't worry, Kip. After Crystal Tower, it's just talking.
Oh boy, my favorite. More talking.
18 quests of just talking.
Do I have to click through it, or at least is it like actual words?
Clicky, clicky, clicky.
Oh my god. All aboard the pain train.
All aboard the reading stream.
Oh boy, I'm gonna have to sleep real well that night.
Honestly, I'm probably just gonna recommend like recording it off stream.
Pain. So much pain. You verse from the gods must swear that if anyone else makes such a claim, regard with considerable skepticism. Wormlord did not perish and hasn't Sith lain dormant all these 15 years. Yeah. Dragon, don't worry about it. More rejuvenation from who dwelleth in eternity, years passing easy moments. Which are ambiguous at times. One statement left for interpretation. My purpose. Many people have heard the song, Each Guard Shall Burn. Clearly, an attack is imminent. We must share this information with Sir Emmerich immediately. However, we dare not divulge your conversation with Good Summer in its entirety. We even acknowledge that you heard the voice of Tronian is a grave but necessary risk. Yet, men have been executed as heretics for declaring as much. Yeah. For your own protection, for the sake of our continuous relations with Ishgard, the truth cannot leave this room. Yeah, it's gonna start leading to some issues. The God Pod, thank you for the raid. How's it going? What were you playing? I have the shout out command, right? I think I set it up. I don't think I set it up actually. You just have to go check out God Pod. Absolute legend. Where you shall receive present our relation of Sir Amic's emissary. You may leave that to me. Pray remain here for now. We are approaching the end of what we can do without doing the Crystal Tower series. Mid Godsling. Legend. That's an absolute. Oh, you were doing it. Was it karaoke specifically? Singing for dollars. Oh, you legend. I hope it was fun at the very least. We got some good songs in. Something you're not telling us. You seem different somehow. It's almost like you're missing something important. Yes, you took my Jolly Ranchers. Nations was on. That's epic. Well, I hope you guys had a lot of fun. Yeah, no, go for it. It was good to see ya. Get some good rest. Awesome. It's good to hear it was good. 12 for Finn. Make us strip you of the blessing of light. Sure. Also, thank you for the follow. Leave to you that you are otherwise unharmed. Beggar's belief that any being could possess the power to deprive you of her blessing. Miqo'te made mention of a covenant, did he not? Yeah, thank you for the follow as well, Godpod. I really do appreciate that. Yeah, I'm very curious what this covenant is, and I'm sure it's going to come into play in Heaven's Word. One of the ancient myths regarding Silvertear Falls states that when the waters came into existence, so too did the Great Worm. Althlic and Nibriale, brother of Time and sister Fate, decreed that Miqo'te ever watch over the source from which all water and magic was said to flow. Team W33D in Samanjo 420. Thank you for the follows. I appreciate that. I wonder what if this was a covenant in which you spoke and it was not the gods with whom he threatened but Hylian herself. Yeah, go get some rest. If you need some rest or you need to get some water, all that fun stuff, make sure you go get it, okay? If he's watching over you as he claimed, perhaps you'll have an opportunity to ask. Divine Jukebox, the absolute legend. That sounds like it was a good stream. I'm so glad you guys had fun. Keep this matter to ourselves. I do not wish to burden our friends needlessly. See my channel before. You were recommended to me by a member in chat. I have not actually. I've honestly been a little busy, so I haven't had a chance to check out a bunch of streamers. But I will definitely make sure to do so. On of Master of thy fate. What is thou wrought by thine own hands, mortal? He is small dragon. Very small.
My friend, I can scarce believe it. You confronted the Worm Lord and lived to tell the tale.
That's the one. Yes, I lived. That is in fact the one.
I give thanks to Helone for your preservation. It is our sole cause for gladness. Your encounter with the Keeper of the Lake served to confirm our fears. A great worm has roared, and it makes little difference if it was one of the two in Eorzea or any other. The Dravanians are coming.
Alright, there are two worms, right?
I am told that Ishgard has magical defenses against Dravanian attack, though I am not privy to their exact nature.
The chat'll
To repel a massive
it'll
force?
censor links. I know I have to work on that. Nice. Repel a massive force.
Ishgard has weathered countless assaults over centuries. This will be no different. And now that you have confirmed the threat, none can ignore the Lord Commander's calls for the wards to be strengthened.
Right.
I dare not presume to speak for him, but I expect the Lord Commander would sing your praises. I must away, but we shall meet again soon.
Oh man, I forget. I do definitely say I must away. I've definitely said that. Just your Stola staring in the background. Don't make it weird, your Stola.
Countless assaults weathered, And this will be no different? Why am I not convinced?
Because it will be different this time. It always is. Oh, we gotta be getting closer. Alpha, no, tell me the secrets. Its guardians have warred with the Durranians for centuries, nearly 1,000 years, and all that time not once did their enemies breach their defenses and enter the city proper. Regardless of how strong these magical wards may be, I nevertheless fear that the Asgardians are underestimating the gravity of the situation, though it was not Midgard Sommer who roared. A call to arms by one of the first brood cannot be ignored. Till such time as they choose to request our aid, however, we can do naught but observe the situation at a distance and pray that our fears are unfounded. All you can really do. I fear to believe Moonbreeda has requested the gathering of the Scions. Soon there has been some progress concerning our efforts to combat the Aasians. Pray inform her that our business with the Asgardians is concluded for the moment. Shall be unless I flee my communications with the Crystal Braves. Over here. Yeah, we're getting near the end of this patch. Utaka Dragons, wonderful because Aasians are next on our menu. Head to the solar, shall we? And the fate for a movie, Siege of Humsey's moment. They really are. Like, you don't... I mean, yes, there's that confidence with the defenses, right? But also, it's one of those things that, like, don't tempt it. Don't tempt fate. It has a habit of biting back. It just do. Tell me the secrets.
Now that everything's calmed down a bit, relatively speaking, I mean, I thought it might be a good time to share our progress on the weapon. I believe we're on the verge of a breakthrough.
Oh, define.
Well, don't keep us all in suspense.
Just in case anyone's forgotten, let's start by reviewing what we already know. So, an Aasian is an immortal because its soul doesn't return to the ethereal realm when its host is defeated. Instead, it flees to the place that lies between our world and the void. Therefore, the first step to permanently defeating an Aasian is preventing its soul from making this journey. And if you recall, when we last gathered here, I had verified that white auracite has adequate capacity to entrap the beings, albeit only briefly.
Uh-huh.
Which left the small matter of their extermination.
Aye. To unmake an Aasian soul, one must needs smite it with a concentrated burst, or blade, of purest ether. However, we wanted for both the data and the means to forge such a weapon.
Right.
Short of experimenting on an actual Aasian, you see, there's no way to gauge how much ether its soul is made of. As such, we don't know what etheric density our blade needs to have in order for it to work.
So we'll just have to make the densest blade we can and hope for the best. Though that would require a lot of ether.
Uh-huh.
Hang on a minute. Why didn't we think of this before? White auracite can hold an absolute heap of ether, can't it?
For a very short capacity of time, yes, it can.
Please tell me you're joking. God's sakes, Ida. I feel as though I'm reliving the same scene over and over with you. How many times do you need to be told that white auracite cannot store ether for long periods?
What if you bound a series of white auracite together and just, what's the word I'm looking for? Channel it between them. That way it's not staying on it for a period of time, but it's cycling between a closed system. It could theoretically work.
Being intangible matter, ether is given to dispersion. Only in its crystallized form is it a stable source of energy. I will test you later on this, so see to it you do not forget.
Right, yes. It's all coming back to me.
So our hopes rest on good old crystals again, do they? While they are certainly reliable, they leave something to be desired in the area of portability.
Depends.
Indeed. I am reminded of the quantity of corrupted crystals required to thwart Leviathan, and the extraordinary lengths to which the Lamentsons went to transport them. What if it should prove that a similar quantity was needed to destroy an Ascian's soul? Or still more?
Uh-huh.
I do not envy the poor sod who has to lug all of that around on the off chance that an Ascian appears.
That's the very problem we set out to solve. And I reckon we've found the answer. If it isn't practical to lug around the ether we need, we'll just have to draw upon another source.
Uh-huh.
And the only viable source is the land.
If you mean to tap the Great River of Ether, know that it will entail considerable risk. Meddling with the currents may well induce a surge like to the one which despoiled Mordona.
Give me a bit more credit, will you?
Jeez, not 2,000. Thank you for the follow.
When there are veritable reservoirs jutting out all over the land. I speak of corrupted crystals. It might be that their aspect is out of balance, but a crystal's a crystal. It contains ether, and we can help ourselves to it.
Right.
While corrupted crystals are indeed abundant, there is no guarantee that they will be in close proximity at a crucial moment.
Correct.
But what if we don't need them to be? What if we could tap their power from afar? A malm away, say? If we could do that, we'd have ready access to ether aplenty in almost every corner of Eorzea.
Specifically Eorzea, though. Specifically, this continent, I'm gonna say.
I've yet to put my theories to the proof, but I've got a good feeling about this. If no one has any objections, I'd like to see where this avenue leads.
Solid thesis.
If you think it's worth your while, you have my blessing. But tell us, what are your theories? I, for one, am most eager to understand the process, however vaguely.
I thought you might say that, but no one wants to listen to boring old theories all day, do they? I know I don't. So with your permission, I'd like to try something a bit more hands-on. I've already built an etheric siphon especially for this purpose, and I've been meaning to try it out. Thing is, the profusion of corrupted crystals in Mordona makes it something of a high-risk testing ground. If anything goes awry with the siphon, it would be better if it didn't happen within spitting distance of quite so much ether.
Right. Very volatile.
Ideally, I need an isolated specimen. Does anyone know where I can find one?
May I suggest northern Thanalan? There you will find corrupted crystals of middling size, standing a reasonable distance apart. Ideal for your needs, I should have thought. Oh, and if you do elect to visit the place, I should be much obliged if you would assist me in another matter while you are in the area.
Has something happened?
Movement has been observed at Castrum Meridianum. During Operation Archon, the Alliance dealt the stronghold a heavy blow. Its facilities were extensively damaged, and its garrison reduced to a fraction of its former strength.
Right.
Not long after our forces withdrew, however, their ranks were replenished by reinforcements from Castrum's sentry. They now seek to rebuild, and to this end, they have their sights set upon the ceruleum processing plant.
Try to get some engines up and
Having
going again.
lost the Empire's support, the 14th Legion lacks the resources to sustain itself. To them, this is a bid for survival, and they will doubtless fight like desperate men. Though I have dispatched the Crystal Braves, I fear their strength alone may not suffice to stay the Imperial assault. I would request the Scion's aid in the defensive effort.
If I didn't know better, I'd say you were trying to inveigle us into fighting your battle with the promise of shiny crystals.
That's the one.
Well then, consider me inveigled. I won't lie, the crystals you speak of sound perfect, so the Garleans have to go. Besides,
All of them are plus the island of Vilbrand. The names.
there's no telling when the
They're
Arcians will
on.
next appear.
Okay, so there's the continent with a couple zones in it. Got it.
Thine eagerness to hurl thyself into the jaws of danger cometh as little surprise. Exercise due caution, I prithee.
Though you have become a crystal brave, you are yet a scion, Alphino. We could hardly refuse you. Pray, join the Crystal Braves and lend them your support. Thangrid and Papalimo shall accompany you.
Perfect. Okay.
Ida and Yashtola, in the meantime, I would have you assist Moonbreeder. Scout out the crystal clusters, that the testing may commence as soon as the Garlean threat has been eliminated.
She could be.
If it please you, I shall continue mine own experiments on what...
Thank you, Urianger. Everyone, pray see to your preparations and depart as soon as you are able. Go well, and be safe.
I could kind of see Nibriale having an Australian accent, just a little bit. I could totally see it, though. Okay. Yeah, so it's got to be... The Castrum's got to be the next boss fight, if I had to guess. Spore conspired to rob us of rescue operation, though I wish otherwise. Ask if you head straight away to the processing plant. Fourth, have already deployed to the area and I would await the arrival of the Scions. Overhead will brief on the developing situation. Meanwhile, I must rendezvous with Captain Ilberid at our headquarters in Ul'dah. I shall take command of our forces there with a lighter heart. You know, support of the front lines. Do they not? The emissary fills the rising stones for a time. The mean travels to Ul'dah, and we shall serve as her escort. At Daughter's request, I go to contact certain old acquaintances in the Gilded City. We are best on all sides by civil unrest and imperial machinations, threatened by primals and troubled by dragons. We need all allies we can muster. Many of my friends hold positions of power, you see, and it is my hope that they can be convinced to aid the Scion's cause. Past events have taught us anything. We know that Eorze must present a united front, or all shall fail. Extraordinary that my little Asila is involved in such a far-reaching affairs. I am proud that I might stand by her side, not only as mother, but also as a colleague. Yeah, it's actually really cool to see their development over this period of time. To Godpod to check out his channel. Want to spread the message. No, you're totally fine. Yep, I do need to go check him out. Thank you for reminding me. Woba High said the black card. I'm just standing in the direction. Yeah. Well protected, it seems. Shall we go? For late night streamers. No, and I definitely appreciate the recommendations. It does help, especially with raid targets and stuff. Alright, so what do we got? Aether on demand, map. I need to tab out for just a second while I'm warping. Okay. I know who our raid target's going to be, depending on how long this takes. I'm assuming this isn't going to take us a hell of a lot longer. Just keeping an eye out on the time. Maybe? If I can actually find the quest giver. That you'd be coming better on your talents most welcome now that we can handle the situation. Mind you, I've learned a trick or two since disaster at the Amalja. I return to the task at hand. Flames reconnaissance scouts have reported Imperial soldiers assembling at Rabon's push. Special forces likely there's only one thing, getting their hands on the resources found there in processing plant. Aurelians could begin marching on us at any time. Please speak with Lieutenant Elfstein. We might coordinate our counter strategy. In the meantime, I will inform the others that you have arrived. No doubt will be a site. Grand Phoenix 117, legendary name. Thank you for the follow. Totally didn't see it, my bad. Plant. Details your deeds during Operation Archon. Would that we could sit a while and reminisce about old times that I fear more drastic matters require our attention. The civilian Draftsmen, you see, have come across several highly suspicious crates within the boundaries of the processing plant. Have my sappers taking a closer look, and our worst fears confirmed. These boxes contain powerful explosive devices of Imperial design, no less. By my order, the flame station there are conducting their sweep of the compound as we speak. Though it troubles me that we were unable to apprehend the Imperial spy behind this, I have faith that I will be able to neutralize the threat for now. In the meantime, our scouts bring troubling news on the latest movements of the Imperial Army. Let's ask for your aid. There we go. We will eye on the Garlean garrison, and the Imperials have finally begun to mobilize. According to the reconnaissance report that just came in, scouts seem leaving the castle too few number to effectively take a hold position. Most likely mount a swift assault and focus on the acquisition of resources. I have, of course, also shared this report with the Crystal Braves that would take to the field to meet this assault head on. I have apprised you of your fellow signs of the situation, and I'm heartened to know that they will be joining the effort. Your order, Lieutenant Alian, and lend your much welcome strength to the counteroffensive. Not expecting to read so late. Oop. Flare. Have you with us? I'm sure Lieutenant Edelstein has explained the Garleans have deployed a small force from the Castor Meridianum. Main column assembles in the north due to Almon's towns, but we have also spied several squads attempting to conceal themselves in the approach to the west. Wish to rush forth and commit to battle with the main column, leaving detached free to raid and plant and pillage supplies. Not much of a strategy, but these are desperate men. Yeah, if it works, it works. I understand the commander bid you and your fellows come to lend a hand on the Braves. With such mighty heroes at your disposal, the fourth should have little trouble contending with what the Garleans might throw at them. But even you cannot be everywhere at once. The third was getting restless, holed up in Ul'dah, so I marched them out here. Tavillani holds the plant's defenses now, the numbers to your counterattack. He's also leaving Ul'dah a little defenseless too right now. Questions are welcome. We've welcomed enough soldiers now to divide our own forces and safely engage with the enemy far beyond the walls. It'd be best to avoid staging a battle anywhere near this much ceruleum. Let's take this fight to the Garleans. A wise course indeed. I shudder to think the consequence should any of these storage tanks be exposed to fire. Yeah, no, not bueno. Very explosive. If there are no objections, the Scions shall join the fourth and give battle on this main column. For the third, then, warrior, let your job will be to intercept these squads heading out to the west and prevent them from reaching the processing plant. When you're ready to proceed, report to Lieutenant Yuhase. His scouts should have a rough idea of where the Imperials have concealed themselves by now. Pleasure to be fighting at your side once more, Scion. Our operations invariably succeeded with when you're around to victories, or won't pave the road to greater coin. I am having trouble reading that sentence. Detached force we've been sent to. When they split into smaller squads, the better to conceal themselves. The terrain hereabouts. I imagine we'll need to split ourselves up as we'll cover more ground and make sure we rid all these would-be invaders. As seeing as you're an army unto yourself, assign you to your enemies to scour, clean up any of your soldiers. Be a simple search and destroy. Rendezvous is back here when the disc is done. Perfect. Yes. Tell me. Direction. Point kill. There we go. Get rid of the cohort first. There we go. These are all 4 shots, even though they have roughly the same amount of health. Or actually, I would assume the Vanguard mech had a lot more health, but they're all 4 shots.
They're not synced down.
I guess that's fair. Let's move forward. Guys, we'll make back to the Castrum. These mirrors, though, they certainly made us work earn our pay. If I had to tussle with another of those Magitech horrors, it is time we bid. Support our land farewell. Protect the 4th with the Lieutenant. And no, the way is now clear. Do the same and report to Lieutenant Edelstein. Okay. I'm hoping it's not too much longer to the progress gate. Because I'm starting to cut it a little close on time. I don't think it's that much further.
Next mission is the boss, and then there's 2 more after that, and then it's progress gate.
I have to start skipping through a little bit of dialogue. Not that I'm missing too much.
That's fine.
Watching engineers. There we go. Yeah, especially because that one gives you materia.
Yep.
Column. She has just remain. Where is she? Oh, there she is.
Hold on, I won't be a second. The beast seemed peckish, so I gave it a taste of my axe.
Nice.
I know. As Urianger never tires of reminding me. An axe ill becometh the hand of a scholar. What can I say? I like axes. To hear my mother tell it, I came into this world holding one. And it's
yeah, she's throwing
not
up
as
death
if it
flags.
stopped me picking up a quill, is it? I often think of the man who introduced me to the joys of learning. He's one of the reasons I decided to come to Eorzea. Him and my excruciatingly stiff childhood friend. Considering how unalike we are, it's a wonder we ever got on. The world's a strange old place, isn't it? Aye, that ought to do it. So far, so good. At these concentrations, it shouldn't matter too much if something goes awry. Just enough ether to make it interesting. Did you see that? The way the crystal glowed? The siphon works, I'm happy to say. With a few refinements, it should satisfy our appetite for ether, which just leaves the small matter of forging our blade. I'm not sure how to go about it just yet, but I swear to find a way. I'll put a blade in your hands if it's the last thing I do.
Don't say that.
She senses me. A useful talent.
Hanassian, are they onto us?
By your brand, I see you are an Archon of Sharlayan, keeper of knowledge, seeker of truth. Meddler.
I don't know what the hell's you're saying, but I don't much like your tone.
Your instincts serve you well. But come, be not unsettled on my account. That lovely brow was not made for frowns. But I waste my breath. Let me direct my words to one who understands them. We meet at last, warrior of light. I am Nibriale, and you have long been a thorn in my side. I suffered the overweening presence of La Habrea that men might host the power of gods, only for you to undo my hard work.
Oh man, I'm gonna kick him. I'm gonna do it.
Oh, bugger.
Do settle down. You must concede that I acted in self-defense. But what's this? I do not sense the blessing of light. Oh dear. Could it be that frail Hydaelyn has forgotten her champion? This I did not foresee. Shorn of light as you are no longer a threat. And better yet, the seal is broken. Now is the time to claim the staff. With it in my grasp, I shall rise above them all and take my place at Lord Zodiark's right hand.
Oh, this is the first mention of Zodiark. Okay.
What did that bastard want with us? Nibriale, he calls himself. With charm like that, I'll bet he has maidens falling at his feet.
Yeah, no, he was just mentioned.
You say just talking about it had the bastard grinning like a brat on his name day.
Now that I know the context of the name, I know he's a big name.
Oh, gods. He means Tupsimati, Master Louis Soir's staff. Minfilia's in danger. We have to get back to the Rising Stones.
I feel like Asians are just the family members nobody invites to Thanksgiving, but they just kind of show up. It kind of be like that, right? This has got to be a cutscene. Quickly now. And it's gone.
You too.
So, you were able to divine my intent. What now, warrior of light? Ah, but that name is no longer fitting. You have become decidedly dull, and quite incapable of barring my entry.
What do you mean?
You truly do not know? Then I suppose it is only right that I enlighten you. The blessing of light kept you and your fellow meddlers safe. It was that which prevented my kind from entering your domain. My kind, I say, though it had no power over the likes of Elidibus and La Habrea. Being of this world, they could come and go as they please, while I could only look on. But I need look no longer. Now that the seal is gone, I mean to act. Unlike the others, I am not given to waiting. I shall take that staff and bring about the next rejoining.
Rejoining? Then it was your doing. The Isle of Val, the scholars, all of it.
You will not harm her!
Ooh. Oh. Yeah, she's not gonna feel good.
Why must you insist on forcing my hand? Did you learn nothing from our last meeting? Ah, but I forget. My words fall upon deaf ears.
The staff is but a broken relic, a memorial to the departed. What possible use could you have for it?
Guns would not affect him.
What use? You mean to say that all this time you kept the key, never knowing what it was you possessed? The staff Tupsimati, or rather the stone tablet it bears, is host to a great power. Together with the horn, it can be used to draw vast quantities of ether from its bearer's surroundings. How else do you think Louis Soir was able to invoke the power of the 12 without making them an offering of crystals? Summoning requires not only prayer, but a profusion of ether. Even a child knows that.
If I did not know before, you may be certain I do now. But above all, I know that we cannot allow the staff to fall into your hands. I will die before I let you take it.
That's the one.
Insufferable woman. I would happily end your miserable life here and now. Alas, Elidibus would never let me hear the end of it. Very well. If you will not part with the staff, I will take you too.
That's an invitation.
After them! Quickly! Before the rift closes!
The crystal is now acceptable. Oh yeah, this has a lot of lore implications you were saying. Before you were talking about this mission specifically, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, sometimes it takes just going back through a story to realize what foreshadowing was there and what isn't. That's not, because that's not going to get annoying.
What?
Just teleporting.
Oh, yeah. Touch the balls.
Oh, we're touching them? That was not the right way.
Oh.
I'm dead.
Or is it don't touch the balls? I don't remember.
Go ahead and wipe it. Yeah, I was assuming it was going to be alternate colors because there were two. Unless you have a res.
I do not, and I also don't know how to die.
I'm assuming you just touch him. And he's not gonna do enough damage. You just kill him. Yeah, it's not even weird. It's not even synced. Okay. Secret Ascian man. Get out of here with those puns. Isn't it instant death wall? Yeah, that's fine. Because you're stuck with my intuition and hit the alternate colors. That's what I should have done.
I don't actually have I don't remember that fight legitimately, to be fair.
I mean, to be fair, it's been how long since you've had to do it?
Years.
Yeah.
You don't really get this one in your roulette too often. I don't even know if it's in roulette.
I don't know if it is. I mean, it might be. No, I think it's too short.
You're safe.
I mean, we did also
Thank
skip
the
like
12.
4 mechanics.
Yeah.
So. Okay, let's try roulette. Thanks, Ruben.
You may have bested me this day, but what of the next? What of all the
It's in
days to
roulette?
come?
Okay, it's in trial. That'll be fun to do.
Remember, light no longer holds sway here. I may return whensoever I wish, again and again and again. Eventually, you will falter, and the staff will be mine. Until next time, scions.
There will be no next time. This is the end.
What trickery is this?
Something don't make sense here.
No! Cannot! No!
Just stuck him in the crystal.
Use Tube Samati to gather ether. Quickly, before he breaks free.
And he unironically just gave them the ability to kill him. It's so good. It's so poetic.
Concentrate. Call to mind the time you struck down La Habrea with the Blade of Light.
That's the one.
Why won't it work? Is it because we lack the blessing of light?
Damn it. So much ether. And it still isn't enough.
Fools! No mortal prison can contain me. I shall make you pay for your insolence.
Please, Mother Heidelin, hearken to our plea. Lend us your divine light. Why can you not hear us? Do our words no longer reach you?
If only we had a bit more ether.
Oh, wait a minute.
Master Louis Soir. I understand now. The choice you made in death.
There's the death flag.
There is life. Farewell, Urianger. You damned old coot.
I mean, to be fair, it's holding out for a hot second.
Moonbreeder, no!
Depends how bad her wound is, too. Because he really hit her with a blast.
What? No! It cannot end! I am eternal! I am immortal!
Gone, reduced to atoms.
Moonbreeder. She's gone. You did it, my friend. The Ascian is dead. This device is a legacy of Moonbreeder's toils and sacrifice. I shall hold on to it for safekeeping.
Minfilia, are you all right?
Took you guys way too long.
I am.
Oh, we were surveying northern Thanalan when we received the distress call. We returned as swiftly as we were able.
It seems you have everything in hand, however.
What happened here? Where is Moonbreeder?
It's like a modified thaumaturge arm.
It's a thaumaturge arm.
She gave her life to temper the blade of light. I have no words.
Rather than await the inevitable, she took her fate into her own hands.
Does Urianger know?
He's about to.
My friend, there is something I must tell you.
I heard all, my lady. The moon sinketh, taking her leave of the heavens, yet her passing heraldeth the coming of a new day. Moonbreeder hath fulfilled her destiny, hath she not? Long ago, far across the seas in the Sharlayan motherland, Moonbreeder and I did study under the sage tutelage of Master Louis Soir. Full oft did he impress upon us that knowledge existeth to serve the greater good. This sentiment, however, was contrary to the nation's policy of neutrality, which censured intercedence in the affairs of foreign lands. In spite of vehement opposition, he founded the Circle of Knowing, and journeyed hitherto the heart of Eorzea. Through his noble sacrifice was the realm spared its doom. Yet this great soul, whom all should rightly have honored, was branded a pariah in his own land. His peers did accuse him of forsaking his duty as a man of learning, and of meddling in the course of history. When he left Sharlayan behind, Master Louis Soir gave no word to signal his intent to Moonbreeder. Close as they were, as master and disciple, she was deeply wounded by the sudden exclusion from his confidence. Above all, however, she was confused. Try as she might, she could ill comprehend her master's motive. The slanders that were heaped upon him after his passing served only to inflame the turmoil within her. For years upon end, she knew not what to believe. Torn as she was twixt the man whom she revered and the man who forsook her and his duty both.
The Louisois I knew would never forsake his duty, much less one of his own.
This I know full well, my lady. 'Twas not for want of love that Master Louisois hid his intent. He but desired that Moonbreeder discover her own path, free of the shadow of his influence. Long did I contemplate revealing the truth to her, and long did I hold my peace. After all, was it not Master Louisois' wish that she come to the truth unaided? I told myself it was, and resolved to let her suffer. Knowingly did I deny my friend the comfort she craved. And now she hath gone to her rest, with doubt still in her heart. Speakest thou in earnest? Did Moonbreeder truly come to understand Master Louisois' will before the end? The realization hath set her free. She may now find the peace which hath for so long eluded her. Oh, Moonbreeder, my dearest, how I shall miss thee.
Moonbreeder gave her life that we might possess the means to defeat the Ascians. Her sacrifice must not be in vain. Let us continue her work on the Blade of Ether and see it to completion.
My lady, I would mourn Moonbreeder in mine own way. I beg your permission to return to the Waking Sands.
Of course, my friend. Take all the time you require. We shall be here should you have need of us.
Makes me curious if they're actually going to keep up with killing the other Ascians. I'm very curious. Brief. Sure, just any random one at that point. So many useless materia. The stones and Guardians, learning. All right, let's see. Oh, it's that close. Okay, I know where it's at. Let's see how long these quests should be. Hopefully, it's just pick up.
It's the last two you're wrapping up.
Well, yeah, I know I'm wrapping up. I'm just making sure if it's like talk, start quest, grab thing, talk, grab thing, end, or grab thing, end. Because if they're longer, it might be a little bit of an issue. But I don't think there's enough room for this wrap up, actually, especially because we have a whole nother arc after this, excluding Crystal Tower.
Yeah.
I think this one will wrap up pretty quickly.
No, this one should just be talk, and.
Yeah. I mean, at the very least, we'll see where this goes. I'm very curious where the Ascian storyline goes, because I feel like offhand, not fishing information, feels like it might disappear for a little bit with all the other things that I know are about to commence. But I'll have to see. I am very morbidly curious where the story goes.
A good rule of thumb is shit going wrong? Asians.
Probably the Asians. Have you done coils? Yes, I've done coils.
Yeah. Is shit going wrong? Are the Girlians involved?
If not, try the Asians.
Yeah. Or both.
Why not
Always be
both?
Oh yeah, by the way, when you get the last horse, you'll be coming to this tree right here.
The last what?
The last horse.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll have to grind Shiva at some other point.
Yeah. That's a familiar looking symbol, ain't it?
A little bit.
Yeah, it's just on the staff.
A little bit, yeah. It's absolutely been trimmed because thing, but both are still there, and it makes me. I mean, it's fine. I mean, they've cut out and cut down as much as I feel they can. There's very few things that they could really truly eliminate at this point.
Had I been quicker or wiser, but I was not, and you paid the price. But you would not suffer us to wallow in our sorrow, would you? You would tell us to pick ourselves up and get on with it. And so we shall. We shall defend this realm and her people to the last.
Durgan.
Life for death, a fair exchange. Other bargains will be struck.
Am I the only? I can't be the only one that saw that dragon. No way. Nobody else saw that dragon, did they?
Nope.
That's not ominous.
You have a pact with the dragon.
Is he trying to call me about my car's extended warranty? So you know, so with all the AI memes going around, when are we getting Midgar Sommer AI memes? When is it happening?
The voice is so unique, it probably won't happen.
Well, you'd say that about, like characters like Vader, right? We have a Vader AI. We have Wesker AI now. Just give it a little bit of time. Really noisy Warlock page. Yeah, or like a Mind Flayer Parasite, like one of those.
Yeah, no, the fucking car's extended warranty shit extends to Starfield.
I heard about it. I didn't dig too deep into what it actually entailed.
You literally just like stumble across the ship in space. You hail them and says, "We've been trying to reach you about your ship's extended warranty."
Awful. Awful. I don't want it. So bad. Alright, well, that's one.
No mas.
See, I mean, we're getting a lot of cutscenes.
Yeah.
one of those I feel if I like speak about it, it's gonna just diminish the impact. It's very good for them to put that in the game. Remember to do your cockpot, Rev.
Already did, man.
Make sure you have it ready for tomorrow.
Already did.
You forget it, I'm gonna make fun of you.
I do my cockpot literally as soon as I turn it in every Saturday.
Yes, I shall pick up the flower. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna go beat the shit out of the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper's difficult to deal with. Mate. I've already fought 2 Asians. I'm ready. Karen ain't ready for this.
You fought 2 Asians.
Out of like, what? I'm trying to think. Because we've seen the circle minus La Habrea. So like 14. Okay. I thought it was 12.
12.
It's 12, 13, 14. I make your organization 13 joke.
Yeah. I think it's 12. I could go down the list, but that's too much fucking work.
I'm sure. Nibriale has gone permanently killed. So it was okay. So it was 14. La Habrea is AFK for a while.
She's just vibing.
And so there would be 13 then.
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, organization 13 joke. Can we get all 13 Xehanorts versus all the Asians, please? I would watch that.
I mean, the arena we were literally just fighting Nibriale and had all the thrones sitting around it.
Yeah,
So,
I'm surprised the other Asians weren't there to witness it.
because if they were, we would just lost.
They have this weird lawful alignment in there that's kind of weird.
It's almost as if we don't actually know the alignment of the assets.
Wait, where is... Oh, okay, it's over there. I was like, wait a minute. I'm definitely in the wrong place. They're lawful something. Lawful what? I don't fucking know. They're lawful something, though. Don't you work in the morning?
No.
The fuck you mean no?
It's Friday going on to Saturday, so Saturday off.
Don't you work like 5 jobs or something?
Or 2, and I'm on leave from one of them.
Oh, fair enough. Bird.
I work Sunday, which is a problem.
That's a problem.
I teach Sunday.
Oof. Well, hopefully no one's shitty.
I gotta get my 1 class in for the month.
Yeah. Take your flower. Do the thing. I'm expecting Moonbreed in the Endwalker cutscene. I'm expecting. I know of the Anne cutscene where it calls back to a lot of characters. So I'm keeping in the back of my head, like, track of, like, who am I expecting to see here.
I'll never forget you, Moon. None of us will.
And you can't say shit.
I mean, I could, and you won't fucking remember it.
You know what? Yeah, I really don't remember jack shit, do I?
The song riseth to a crescendo.
Durgan. Small Durgan. Yeah, because he's definitely not going to come to bite us in the ass later.
Nibriale?
No, the Durgan.
That bigger somewhere.
Yeah.
Is that what I think it is?
Yeah, fucking Ishgard just absolutely shitting themselves right now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, they have
received grave tidings from Ishgard. Pray return to the Rising Stones.
Yeah, so this is going to lead right into... This has to lead into Heaven's Word, right? No, we still have another sequence to go after Crystal Tower.
Yes. But nothing happens in that sequence. It's just it's
okay.
lead up.
So it's build up, and then we actually get into the expansion itself. Okay. So yeah, I'll have to... Yeah, Crystal Tower is going to be its own stream, and that's going to be one of those that I just have to fucking... I just got to...
build up what I would honestly just recommend doing off stream. Because nothing really happens in it.
Yeah, I could do that. Crystal Tower, I feel I at the very least need to do on stream, because I haven't done... I've done coils, but I haven't done official alliance raids.
We'll do Crystal Tower next week.
Yeah.
Whenever we do everything.
Yeah. Final Fantasy Fridays is just one of those that I've been trying. It's just keeping consistent with the game has always been rough for me. But, you know, I just need to actually push myself to do it.
So what you're saying is I just need to slam you into this fucking game.
Obviously, when I'm awake enough, right?
Yes.
It's okay. It gives me breaks from Crotas every week. Do my one run of Crota every week and call it good.
Yep.
Now we're going to the solar. Overly ambitious schemer from his little monologue about Nestor probably didn't want his plans. Yeah, probably actually, yeah, because he said he couldn't kill Minfilia because they would give him no end of trouble. That makes sense, actually. All right, so what does this say? Defenders of Ishgard.
Yep.
I can apparently start it.
Wait, what?
Yeah. I just started it.
Shit. Able to.
Rev is confused. Into the main story again until Shadowbringers, technically Stormblood, but mostly Shadowbringers. But it should be required content as far as I was aware to actually enter Heaven's Word at this point.
It is. Required Light of Hope completion of Crystal Tower side quests.
So 4 things in Temple Knights. Maze, Beast Spur, or it could maybe have just done the cutscene and then before I can actually accept the quest, it'll say you need to meet these requirements.
Well, no, because you're on the second quest at 255.
I should be on the first.
Mask of Grief was the first.
Oh, was it? Weird.
Oh, okay. I see it. I didn't read far enough. The requirement will occur at a specific quest in this thing, so.
Yeah, well, it's not a good time to deviate.
Yeah, about 3/4 of the way through is Crystal Tower requirement.
Yeah. Having yourself miss. Any support is certain to be conditional. Such a Russia that I speak of, Sir Amaric's authority in this manner. Brings me to my final request. Personal appeal to you, Warrior Light. The Lord Commander must I speak with you regardless of my fellow's involvement. Customer must survive. I need to share your experience as finished to a foe. Okay, yeah, because he's gonna have me go to Camp Dragonhead, which is actually this is a perfect opportunity to kind of put a pin in that. I mean, I fucking went through about, what, 2 patches? Approximately. 1.5, maybe. Yeah, it's more like 1.5. Aye, more cutscene. That's an ominous building. It almost looks like it has religious significance. Interesting. Hey, it's her again. Knew she wasn't dead. That armor's rusted. Ugh.
The sons must answer for their father's misdeeds. Only then will the cycle be broken.
Well, she maintained some powers. Interesting. I know, because that's, yeah. That's no small feat of magic.
Sisters of the heavens, we raise our voices and join you in the chorus. The sinner's feeble magics are undone. Come, claim your retribution.
Oh, she undid the wards. Okay. That's why that was important. Interesting. And that foreshadowing was how that was going to be different this time around. All right, let me go back to the saucer so we can start wrapping up. No, there's like a lot of story significance here. A lot of story happening. I see why Shiva's required content. I can't wait for King Mogulmog the 12th. May his eminence remain untarnished. We can't wait for him to come back into the fold. Can't wait for 6-6 to just be Mogulmog, the expansion. Everybody disliked that.
We are so far past primals in 6.
But I want him back, damn it. I need more Mogulmog. Wait till they release Mogulmog Ultimate.
It won't.
What if I get big enough and beg Yoshi P? Be like, Yoshi P, please.
Moogles are beast drug. They won't.
What are you gonna do? Try and ask him in broken Japanese?
Oh my god. No. But alas, thank you everyone for coming out tonight. I definitely do appreciate it. I had a lot of fun. Grinding these quest lines was pretty fun. I'm probably gonna do something like play Phaz next. You know, just chill off stream, get some water, which I do recommend you do as well.